a jarama Abdoulaye Thiam musidal yimɓe Gambia min calminon ɗo ɗo Gambia radio television services ɗo independent electoral commission ɗo Kanifing addante on kibaruji woote e meeyoyi baɗaɗi o hande baɗɗo hande aseto lewru mai balɗe mayru nogas hitandi kane 2023 e min gadda on ɗon kibaru woote toon to Banjul City Council biyeteɗo Ibou Faye mo parti NPP darni toon to Banjul City Council o heeɓi carte ujunaje 6,9 rohi yatu lo mo parti UDP darni heeɓi carte ujunaje 2,9 e nden noon biyeteɗo rohi yatu Malik Lo mo parti UDP darni o kam woni meyo toon to Banjul City Council ɗum ɗon ciñɗo inte gonɗi ɗon woni chairman o independent electoral commission Alaji Aliou Momar Ndiaye Yasi.
Bukanoli moy kammi bu jongorop ul koku de safu dede di fanka feti independent electoral commission kan mami koku yekenum bukana metele beti karta dede jat di fulaka funula kanya ula koku ba lebe karta di pinaf feti kajummi meyo di katumbe kala kadi e jungute wankone mi area council di city council tang enya namang ringulolim eno independent electoral commission Aliou Momar Ndiaye mana yisono limeno Ibou Faye patieti NPP kujumeno na baba civil soni fu tok di yakon steme soni fu tok di sibachi bukan kubachi unyendi sigaba wona bajum di kartay rohiyatu lo patieti UDP kujumeno na baba civil soni fu tok di sifeji si cheme sigaba ukarta woni bukan kubachi unyen butinken di sibachi mukana mukila moku yisonolumi asingemi di mukana me manna mangen mo ono mi Aliou Momar Ndiaye ete jungutey IEC oto aganyemi di jungutey yeti Banjul ono mi rohiyatu lo am patieti UDP kujumeno
Noir Siri Yasin Jiba onati auju billahi minash shaitanir rajim bismillahir rahmanir rahim marimu odaka kunyi nangira garangati independent electoral commission kengane IEC gol nyanka ko be garangati kanifi kunyi ndangale nambugu chairman kengane Aliou Momar Ndiaye agani korna ngumenga agada kibaru hanobe no bangando dangani birambe oga me ngote be ke kota kengane men kason tampilenga Ibou Faye NPP gara kebe sigindi ara kamo tumi tankabe aro kamo kabi tankabe do ko chunchu hilli ara Kenya kita rohi lo ara UDP gara sigindi ara ujunu segi kamo hilli tankabe do ko chunchu kabi kenno gondi angat nanti serebe nu gara kesera na ko ti banjunde be no ngangat nanti meyo ngote be ganyano nga kengani Momodou Esar agani agent nga UDP kendo Lami Diba agani agent nga UDP kendo Dr. Demba Sabali NPP agent ngani Lamin Jamba Jame NPP agent nga kendo Ijatu Jallo agani GFA agent nga kenna koyde nanti rohiyatu lo ayanda gagné mpo ko ndabari birambe na nya meyo ngati Banjul City Council kwanya kibaru nga hano gara hibenu kita birambe finu tanu garani mogari banganda kare na ngirti garangati IEC gol nyankaki kengani chairman nga Aliou Momar Ndiaye agana sefa kanu sunde mogari banganda kara ora ka do me yorto katakane kadi kibaru betam nu garno wadna kala kanwari
election night panel here on GRTS, broadcasting live on both radio and TV. We've just had the first results from the capital city. We are going straight to SSO. We've just had the first results from the capital city. Yes, can you take us through?
Very well, Karabulai Conte, like we did inform our viewers and listeners, this time around the results will be announced based on administrative area. We know there are many constituencies, few of them I should say, in Banjul, but the IEC is taking a different approach this time around. They will tabulate all the results from the respective constituencies and wards within the capital city Banjul and give it to you like this. So as you can see, those of you watching television, Rohi Malik Law of the United Democratic Party secured 8,299 votes. 8,299 votes for Rohi Malik Law. She was incumbent and running for the election. The other contender in Banjul is Ibu Fai. Ibu Fai of the National People's Party got 6,992 votes. 6,992 votes for Ibu Fai of the National People's Party. So by virtue of the number pooled by each of the candidates, Rohi Malik Law emerged winner and has been duly re-elected, as you have heard from the returning officer of the elections, which is the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Aliu Momar Njai. So far so good, Karabulai Conte. This is the first results we have received from the capital city Banjul, and the winner, as you can see on the screen, those of you watching television, is Rohiyatul Law, also known as Rohi Malik Law of the United Democratic Party, as has just been announced by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. So I'm sure so many talking points for you and your analyst, Mr. Conte, Hassan Sise, as well as Baba and the other guests on the other side of the studio tonight. So we'll have so much data to do in the local languages as well. It's very important to bring our local language listeners up to speed with some of the basic information we have shared so far so good. I'm sure the analysts are eager to dissect the results that we have received so far, but they will just allow me to go back to the general voter information. Setijan will just hover over it. Let's see the general voter information so far so good and bring it in the local languages very briefly so we could hand over the microphone to Karabulai Conte and his team of analysts tonight to look at that. So say you will give me the general voter information. Let's look at the administrative areas, the polling stations and the respective general voter information so that we bring our local language listeners up to speed with what we have been sharing in English. So basically, mbadingol mbal konton na ko la ngal bismillah na special election night coverage GRTS television andal badingol SSO commento aliye Karabulai Conteje ateleng bina panel nyaton koti anala luntam bal mele alon ko wolle be jang ka election o nyin natale ka kacha ka be bondal nyoto bidung ngamem fo le nyinti ko bi mu mayoning chairperson la election oti memu area council oti aning municipality wala la carte fayo be kering bi nala kilo baka nyin carte fayo damu tata no kabrin 2021 wala presidential election keta nata député carte fayo fonan keta wo botaje council la election o keta so bidung mayor ning chairperson la election wala be kering andu wala be nyin electoral cycle nyin wala ba kumfala bi nyina sawto so jannin be tala nyata don IEC e meitandi wolen ko tundol mele alon ko wala be banko kan tata fo tundu woro wala ka fo me administrative areas bari council na la jibe council ning municipality itatale fo say me o sabu wolen makati kumanda mara banko e council fulale bije killing be kuntawur wolen kuntawur area council de wo be notan CRR ma fa wala anding janjambure area council fa membe southern CRR so wala atinna council wol mu sileti bari administrative area memu tundolti wo mu woro wulalti wo kata kuti mi alon ko lafta ka seneyandele so constituency melmu député ka mara bankol memma wotara fo 53 memu tang 53 in Mandinka. I'm sure I will get that very quickly. Town Tanluluning Saba, exactly. To Tanluluning Saba, I'm getting my Mandinka mathematics, but I'm sure I'll get it on track Karabula any moment from now. Then, wo constituency fana inate tala keke ward salty. Alialon ka ward election wo ketanung atata kanyam fo keme ani muang. Keme ni muang woleng ward salty mele alon ko IEC wolle tala min constituency memu 53 ti inate tala fa tata kanyang ward keme ani muang. council election o men ketanu April kalo atili tang anin lulu on the 15th of April wo carte fayole ketanu so wala tinna albenyen ke je kante wot sol tata kanyam fo keme ani muwa so nala jibe polling station wuli killing keme lulu tan lulu anin lulu 1555 wala nga polling station menu dulati melalo ko alsitano je al yalla carte fayje IEC wala itande so mol melalo ko ye wolle register in electoral cycle keta munti melalo ko kabring presidential election kana député carte fayoto kana council carte fayoto foni be mentor bi atara kanyam fo 962,157 momenta da kanyam fo mo wuli keme kononto town woro anin fula kata for 157 so basically those of you watching you will be able to see the number right on your screen there and then political party mel yalongo wolle be contest kala kanyam for tanning kononto memu 19 IEC mel register bari ngalong amanke nyim parti be wolle candidate ol soto kam nin jita duma doma nin drong mbe candidate ol jela bari ngalong result kilin natale follow mba dila karabula nala mol si wo result so nyin kacha ngalong setijan you take me back to the result that has trickled in, which is the one from the capital city, Banjul. As you can see on the screen there, Rohim Malik Low emerged winner with 8,299 votes. Ibu 5 of the NPP, 6,922 votes. So little over 1,000. I'm sure that is for the statisticians to dissect and explain to you. So basically, that's it for now. We'll be waiting for more results from the Independent Electoral Commission. Once we start getting them, we'll display them on the board, and the analysts and the panelists here will take you through, explain it to you, and give you some of the talking points. So far, so good. That's it for now from me, Esa Sow. Karabulai Conte, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Esa. Brilliant presentation there. Now we turn our attention straight to the statistician here. Impressive voter turnout there to start with. I think a total of 15,201 if you put the two results together. And the difference between the two candidates also 1,307. Take us through the nitty-gritties, the statistical nitty-gritties of this result, this particular one.
Yes, thank you very much, Karabulai. The voter turnout, I think, let me put this record straight. That tells you the number of votes cast.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You are going to use it as a clue, at least to tell us something about the voter turnout.
To get the voter turnout, you need the total number of registered voters in that municipality in Banjul. Okay? Now,
as a statistician, I presume you have that with you.
I have that on my laptop now. I don't have access to my data. The laptop went off, so I don't know what. How best I can tell you.
Now we move on to the political.
Now, okay, let me just give you a clue. I think if I could recall, the total number of registered voters in Banjul was around 21,000. It should be around 21,000.
About 22,000.
It was 22,000 in
22,731.
22,000.
731.
The total number of registered voters.
Yeah.
22,731. Okay. Yeah. So now 22,731. Now the UDP candidate got
8,299.
199.
Yes, and NPP 6,992.
So the
anyway, while you are doing the calculation, what is your take on that, Mr. Jallo?
I think I'm very much interested in the part where people decided not to show up, not to cast their votes. And I've been wondering what is the reason, because it is becoming a concern for me and every other genuine citizen out there. Why is this voter fatigue? Why are people tired of coming out to vote? And I think it likely has to do with our electoral cycle. Once it kickstarts, it is quite tiring. It is back to back. You vote 4 times within one electoral cycle. And we've been talking about ways of trying to bring about a reform where we will be able to vote at least maybe twice or once for all of these individual elections that we get to do, like the presidential, the mayorals or chairmanship. Then you have the chancellorship, the National Assembly election. So it is always tiring once we kickstart to get to the polls. And I guess this is the reason why people now are becoming fatigued and tired of getting to these individual ballot boxes and casting their ballot. So we need to have a serious national discourse about these things and perhaps review or amend certain parts of electoral laws, just so we get to convince people to come out to vote. Because I guess the objective at the end of the day is to make sure that people express their voice, make a statement through exercising their franchise. And this is not where we're headed to, because the presidencies are not really, I would say, they're not really encouraging.
Yeah, because out of 22,731, we have 15,201, about a whooping 7,000 plus.
Yeah, and it cuts across all these other elections that we've had before. In the presidentials, we saw something like that. And even the immediate chancellorship elections, I was out there observing, and I've not seen many people coming out, even the youngsters, and they comprise more than 60% of our population, and even the voter population. So that is really a worrying concern.
And these local government elections are, if not the most important, but one of the most important elections. I will come to that if you considering the importance of local councils. But before we come to that, Mr. Sise, what is your take on this result?
Yes, turnout,
the first ever elected female mayor of Banjul has been elected.
Yes, and I think
with a comfortable margin, for that matter.
I think she must have also benefited from history. Her father, served as mayor. Between 1983 to 1985. And I think there are still some, voters who have a very, very fond memory of the, time that, Alhaji Malik Lo, was mayor, in the mid-80s. Just before his tenure ended, the Banjul market, burned, to the ground. It was completely, gutted. That was a very, very, sad day, in this country, because market fires were not uncommon, but apparently in that year, the scale, of the destruction, was quite, apocalyptic, and what he did was basically to rebuild, the parts of the market. Like large parts of the market, was destroyed, and it was Alhaji Malik who rebuilt, that market, and like many people in the city, remember him for that, and also remember him for the fact that, in the absence of a tight budget, because this was just the year that we started the economic recovery program, so government was largely unable to commit funds, to it. So it was the mayor himself, who was a tycoon, like a business tycoon, who committed, like a lot of his wealth, to, rebuilding, the market for the people of Banjul. And I think, that's like a history, which, I'm sure some, voters still remember. And maybe is still rubbing off on her, if I may say. Now coming back to the to the voter turnout, it is important we discuss it.
Certainly.
Because like voter turnout nourishes like a multi-party democratic system. Well, in the single party states, they have voter turnout of 99 point something percent. But those are abnormal democracies. For a normal democracy, the more the people come out to vote, the stronger, like democratic process, the stronger the electoral process, and the more inclusive also the, democratic process. But of course, voter fatigue, I think we have to really look at that. If it is possible, for example, to do it as we used to do it in the First Republic, so that we have maybe a whole weekend, people vote and go home and wait for another 5 years. I think that would be very, very, that can be like a wise way to sort of rectify, what, my colleague here, refers to voter fatigue. Yeah, and finally, Karabolite, well, we also have to accept that in a democracy, you also have the right not to vote. Maybe it is a right that we should not, always express.
Yes.
But it's all part of, Gambian democracy. I mean, since the law, is not like New Zealand or Australia, where the law tells you to go and vote. Well, maybe the fact that the voter turnout is low, in some of these elections, is also, good news for our democracy.
That's
because
right.
maybe it explains that, Gambian democracy is, vibrant. People can go and vote. It's good. Some people don't, want to vote. For a reason. It's also part of the democracy. But I think we should encourage people to go out and vote.
Yes. I'm getting signals that we'll be going back to the IEC for another announcement. But before that, I was going to ask what important or what vital lessons do you think the two contending parties can deduce from this particular result? An opposition party winning in the capital city for a second time, and the ruling the ruling party, for that matter, also losing to an opposition party.
Well, my take, I think, so far, the Gambia has also sort of become the epitome of such political tolerance
and maturity.
In some countries, it is almost unthinkable for an opposition to head the municipality in the capital. Like even in 1971, when you had a lot of UP MPs in the then Batostan Council, the PPP had some political shake-up, and before you know it, the mayor at the time, who was PPP, IBA Khalifa Samba, was sent home, by the PPP government. The council was dissolved, and a sole administrator, Mr. H.R. Monde Senior, was appointed, and in fact, he remained there for 9 years. There were no elections, in the BCC, because the PPP really wanted, thought that, the council was becoming like a beehive, of opposition, politics. But we saw, at least, the government has been, charitable enough, has been, has had the foresight, to be able to work with like an opposition-dominated, parliament, the outgoing one, and also, with a mayor, in the capital city and in the largest municipality in the outgoing, local government. So I think it's another feather in the cap of political tolerance in this country.
The political maturity of Gambians.
This will be very, very difficult to do. They will, use all tactics, to, change the status quo. But so far, we have, been, the ruling party has been, able, to coexist,
with opposition.
With the opposition in the capital city. Yes, and I think that's
okay.
Something good for Gambian democracy.
Very well. Now we are going back to the IEC for another announcement. Okay, I'm getting signals that they are not yet ready. That means kudos to the Yes, okay, then we are handing over to IEC, to ESA and the team. If you are ready.
I, Eluman Jai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give the notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the chairperson election of 28 May 2023 for Matakongo Area Council is as follows. Keba Dem, NPP, 13,757 votes, 13757. Landing B Sane, UDP, 17,017 votes, 17017. There were 2 invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Montevideo area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jamme, agent for NPP, Yetu Jalo, agent for GFA. Having received the highest number of votes in the Area Council, the Chairperson election of 28 May 2023, Landing B. Sane has been duly elected as chairman for the Montevideo Area Council. Dated 28 May 2023, signed Ali Manjai, chairman.
Here are the results for the elections for the Mansa Congo Area Council as declared by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. Keba A. Dem, NPP, 13,757 votes, 13757. Landing B. Sane, UDP, 17,017 votes, 17017. There were 2 invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin J. Jadama, returning officer in the Mansa Congo administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou A. Sar, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jamme, agent for NPP, Ijatu Jalo, agent for GFA. Having received the highest number of votes in the Mansa Congo Area Council's chairperson's elections of 20th May 2023, Landing B. Sane has been duly elected as chairman for Mansa Congo Area Council, dated the 20th of May 2023, signed by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission.
Okay, thank you very much, Esa, for that announcement, and we thank you for now. Thank you.
konton kabo GRTS be kibarul sindilama alima comme carte fayo lata nyameng sibiti lungola me karo tilimuwa men keta mansa kundaren carte fayo mbitalie mansa konko tundoto mansa konko area council ibafla meye keba dem NPP le ya londi ay carte kese wili tang ani saba carte kese keme worowla talulu ani worowla keba dem NPP le ya londi carte kese wili tang ani saba carte kese keme worowla carte kese talulu ani worowla ay wole soto landing bisane UDP le ya londi carte kese wil tan ni worowla carte kese tang ani worowla ay wole soto landing bisane UDP le ya londi carte kese wili tang ani worowla carte kese tang ani worowla ay wole soto woto komen a lo nyodan carte wala nyamen woto landing bisane UDP carte o fayta tele pour que sirantioti man sa konko area council meya sinya wala mu sirantioti independent electoral commission alhaji momor njay ala baraka abulay jam
jërëjëf Ibrahima bokk yi ba tey rek ñu ngi ci results yi nga xam ne nii mooy wote biñ doon xaccoo pour mbiri mayor ak chairmanship bu nguur gu ndaw gi fi mu nekk nii ñu dem si tundi la wari jon di suufi man sa konko ku ñu xamee Keba Dem NPP ñoo ko taxawal am na fukki junney karta ak ñetti junney karta yu teg juróom-ñaar téeméer ak juróom fukki karta ak juróom-ñaar landing bi Sané UDP ñoo ko taxawal am na fukki junney karta ak juróom-ñaari junney karta yu teg fukki karta ak juróom-ñaar kon nag landing bi Sané moom moo ëppale ay karta ci wote boobu nga xam ne ñu ngi ko doon defee ci tundi Lower River Region suufi Mansa Konko pour mu nekk chairman yi Mansa Konko area council kon landing bi Sané moom moo gagné 6 boobu ñu doon xaccoo lii nag ki ko signé seede ko mooy borom kër Independent Electoral Commission di chairman Aliou Momar Njie Sidi Ba
jarama Abdoulaye Thiam musidal yimɓe Gambia joni min jaton to tundu Mansa Konko to woni toon to Lower River Region e oɗo wote laamuji tokosi woni chairman e meyeji baɗɗo hande aseto lewru me balɗe mayre nogas yani kadi 2023 e joni noon ni woto o yaat toon to tundu Mansa Konko to e biyeteɗo Keba Dem mo parti NPP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 13 temedde jeeɗiɗi capanɗe joyi e jeeɗiɗi e Landing Bi Sané mo parti UDP darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 17 e carte 17 ko carte ɗiɗi rek noon jakkino o toon nden noon gañiɗo on ɗon wote toon to tundu Mansa Konko to woni Landing Bi Sané o parti UDP kam woni e gañiɗo toon to Mansa Konko woni toon chairman o ciñɗo ɗum te gonɗi ɗon woni chairman mo Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Aliou Momar Njie yasi
kandi bu jongorab di kandi ka yentenore liak nam manuregu meno ulkoke di fanka feti Independent Electoral Commission de ngallu manjingolen ji jam di mang ringolum eno di elebeti karta yeti bajomi yeti buka kata kala ko la di sijungte seti upana wallan nam manku isenol meno Keba Dem patieti NPP kujumeno na baba ukarta woni civil son unyen di si feji steme son fu tok di sigaba bukanku gaba butinken di sigaba Landing Bi Sané patieti UDP kujumeno na baba civil son butinken di sigaba ukarta woni butinken di ugaba oto nang mang asingemi banna legen mukana mukila Independent Electoral Commission Chairman Aliou Momar Njie Landing Bi Sané a UDP kujumenumi o angami e jungute yeti Mansa Konko Area Council
Noir Siri Yasin Harsa Maremu odaga kunyi na bismillah kata kibaru benuga giranganti no kubegani Mansa Konko Area Council kengani Keba Dem NPP gara sigindi ada ujunu tamido siko kamonyari tankargedo ko chunjunyeri ada Kenya kita landimbi sane UDP gara sigindi ada ujunu tamido nyeru ko chunju tamido nyeru ada Kenya kita ken nogondi kebe angat nanti ayanda ganye mpo ko ndabari nanya korna ngume ngati Mansa Konko area council kenyane landimbi sane ko chunju hilibane emperdi nonga kebe gar ke kaydi signé kenyani chairman ngay gatni kendangani Aliou Mamadou Ndiaye ken nogondi ko nya xibaru nga hanani odo golle nga dome xibaru benu garni nangiti tunon tananga wadna kala kan wari.
You're welcome back to our studios along MDI Road in Kanifing. Esa, another set of interesting results there. Can you please take us through?
All right, thank you very much, Karabulai Conte. Once again, we want to welcome you back to our MDI studios here. I am Esa, so like Karabulai said, the second set of results have just arrived from the Independent Electoral Commission on Battle Harden Highway. This time around, results from the Mansa Konko administrative area for the Mansa Konko Area Council. Like Banjul, in Mansa Konko, there were two candidates contesting the available seat there, Keba Dem of the National People's Party and Landing B. Sane of the United Democratic Party. So as you can see on the screen, Keba Dem of the National People's Party got 13,759. 13,759, whilst Landing B. Sane got 17,017 votes. 17,017 votes. So there is a total voter population of 49,198. So the people that turn out to vote are little over 20,000. I'm sure the statisticians will be dissecting those figures for you later on. But Landing B. Sane was seeking re-election, and he has been re-elected as per the results we have received, official results for that matter, that we have received from the Independent Electoral Commission. So far so good. Out of the 8 council seats that are available, the United Democratic Party has grabbed 2. One in Banjul, Rohim Malik Low won against Ibu Fai of the National People's Party. That was the first result that was announced for those of you that are just joining us. And this is the latest results coming from the Mansa Konko administrative area for the Mansa Konko Area Council. So Landing B. Sane, who was the sitting chairman, has won re-election and will be steering the affairs of council for another 5 years. So far so good. 2 results out of 8 is in. So far so good. That's it for you for now. We will be handing over to you and your team of team of analysts very shortly. But mbokk yi ñoo seetaan ñu gërëm ne rek dalalaat leen fii ci GRTS télévision di leen wax ne election night la ngeen ànd ak Essa Sow ak Karabulay Konte ak suñu ay gan yi nga xam ne yooyu lañ dalal fii ci guddi gi di leen indi lépp li nga xam ne mu ngi xew fii ci réew mi muy élection yi Chairperson si ak mayor si pour council election bi nga xam ne IEC encore def ci réew mi bési niki tey si gannaaw tuuti rek amoon nañ first results bàyyee ko Banjul si capital city muy fi nga xam ne Rohim Malik Low bu UDP moo fa doon jongante ak ki nga xam ne moo di Ibu Fay bu NPP results yooyu nag ki fa gagné moo di Rohim Malik Low nag muy force muy njëlbeeni jigéen bu wiin nekk mayor ñëwaat wiinaat muy mu amaat ñaareel mandat mu his second mandate pour mu jiite Banjul City Council. So Rohim Malik Low wiin na foofu moom UDP la door na Ibu Fay ñu amaat beneen results bu jógee ko Mansa Konko Area Council Mansa Konko administrative area bi fa la nekka Keba Dem bu NPP moo doon jongante ak Landing B. Sane bu United Democratic Party kii di Keba Dem moom nag moo daanu Landing B. Sane moom moo gagné Landing nag moo toogoon jiite council bi mu doon utaat place bi waat moom nag IEC wane nañ ne moom moo gagné foofu ca Mansa Konko area council kon Landing B. Sane mooy jiite waat soo leen seetee nag ñi nga xam ne ñoo génn pour vote dafa mel ni su doon téeméer la juróom fukka bi moo génn maanaam half moo génn waaye loolu nag naa ko bàyyi Karabulay ak ganam yi dinañ ko waxtaanee kon nag dafa mel ni ñu génn pour vote nekkut comme nuñ ko expliqué woon maanaam half of the voter population more turn out pour cast their ballot. So basically that's it for now. Karabulai, 2 results in out of 8. We'll wait for the remaining 6, which will be coming from Janjambure as well as Kuntaur in the Central River region, Kerewan in the North Bank region, Basse in the Upper River region, and Brikama Area Council in the West Coast region, as well as, we have Kanifing, which is the most densely populated council. So we will have results from Kanifing as well later on as the night progresses. So once we get these results from IEC, we'll put them on the board and allow the analysts to dissect them. So Karabulai Conte, it's all over to you and your guest.
Very well, Esa. 2 in, 6 to go. We'll be going for a short break so that we can at least have our dinner. But before that, I turn my attention to our statistician, Mr. Suare. Can you help us to dissect
thank you very much,
this result?
Quickly, let me just give out a quick rundown of the statistics. Now, starting with Banjul, where we had the earlier results, the first result coming. Now, according to the figures we received, the voter turnout in Banjul is about 67.3%, meaning that there were about 22,000 voters in Banjul, and that those who cast their votes was about 15,000 plus. Okay, so the voter turnout was about 67%. Now the two candidates, the NPP candidate and the UDP candidate, together they pulled about 15,000 votes, of which the NPP candidate got 45.7% of the votes cast. Okay, whereas the UDP candidate got 54.3% of the votes cast. So the UDP candidate emerged as the winner with 54.3% of the votes. Now, these are the results from Banjul, the statistics from Banjul. Going to Mansakonko, in Mansakonko, the total number of registered voters was 49,198. Now, the votes cast totals 30,776. That is the NPP candidate, 13,757, and the UDP candidate, 17,017. So the two candidates together pulled 30,776 votes. Now, turning to the voter turnout, now since 30,776 persons voted in Banjul, voted in Mansakonko, this translates to a voter turnout of 62.6%. 62.6% of the total votes in Mansakonko. That is the 49,198 votes. 62.6% of that total actually voted. Okay? Now, of those who voted, the NPP candidate pulled 44.7% of the votes cast, whereas the UDP candidate pulled 55.3%. So again, the UDP candidate emerged victorious in Mansakonko. Now, we were earlier given the invalid votes, which is just
two invalid votes.
Two invalid votes, which are almost 0%. So it has.
Yeah. No. But again, I'm always concerned about the missing votes, Mr. Sise and Mr. Jallo. Again, we are seeing a difference of 18,429 between the total number of registered voters in that in Mansakonko and the total number of votes cast. See,
quite a margin, and I think, like I said earlier, it is becoming a worrying concern now. Uncle Hassan had mentioned, verily it is not part of our statutes or our laws to coerce people to go out to vote. But then, if you're in a republic and then it is time to make decisions, I guess as a responsible citizen, you should be out there participating, because it is only then that you get to effect a change and also make a statement. It is only through this process that you get to punish someone or choose to do otherwise. Because if there are people contesting, and then you have you choose not to vote because you're not comfortable with those that presented themselves, you're somewhat aiding someone to win. So by choosing not to vote in itself is a way of supporting or empowering that person that is currently managing your affairs, and possibly the person is not doing it the way that you want him or her to execute those processes.
If I may come there, let's come to the voters, themselves who determine their choices.
Right.
Now, in a democracy like this in the Gambia, what enables voters to make an informed decision vis-a-vis voting in an election like this to make their voice is heard? Because it's also important. We also, look into their concerns.
Factors responsible yes. Staying away, staying not to vote. Well, anyway, Mr. Sisa used to call it protest. It's a form of protest.
Can I?
Okay.
Yes,
No,
yes,
yeah, Uncle Hassan, you can go ahead.
Well, I think really, if somebody were to do like a brief history of voter response in government elections from the 1950s to date, it is going to be very, very uneven. The figures, I mean, like in the early years, it was simpler because you only had general elections. People only voted for the MPs, and even that, I mean, the voter turnout differed from one constituency to another. Now, with the advent of direct presidential elections, in 1982, and the fluctuation also, became pronounced. And then now that we are adding, councillorship, elections to it, which we are quite low. Just like a month ago, and now we have the mayoral elections. So it is a very, very, difficult knot. This voter turnout, to untie. It's a very, very difficult one. Maybe we just have to underline that the Gambian voters are aware because they have experience in voting. So the idea of the voter not being
not knowing the importance of the election or whatever.
Not knowing the importance of the elections, I want to discount that. I think we have a highly experienced voting population in this country. Because of our very, very long history. Of selecting our leaders, through multi-party, elections. The media is free, is open, and they are doing a fantastic job, in like assisting the candidates to explain, their, manifestos. The campaign also, was very animated, if not boisterous. Peaceful also throughout the campaign. So, we just have to. I think we have to be, circumspect as far as the voter turnout is concerned.
Okay.
And know that it is just part and parcel of our multi-party democratic system.
Very well.
Yes, I want to be very, very charitable.
Thank
the
you.
Gambian voters.
Very well, very well. It's part and parcel of our multi-party democracy, and we are holding it there for the time being. We're going on a short break. Yes. When we come back, the conversation continues.
Honorable James Gomez, the first elected mayor of Banjul, who also serve as Minister of Fisheries of the Republic of the Gambia. Welcome to this interview, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you very much.
You were the first elected mayor of Banjul, but could you recall the number of mayors the capital had before, and who did you succeeded as a mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Jallo. Actually, we have about 8 mayors before me,
And I was elected in 1981. And after 2 years as a councillor, I was elected as mayor. And I succeeded Alaji Malik Lo as the mayor of Banjul.
Alaji Malik Lo is the father of the current mayor of Banjul, if my memory serves me right?
Yes,
okay.
He is, yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting times, but how was life in Banjul like at that time?
Well, life in Banjul was very, very nice because it's like we almost all know each other. Coming from the different wards, we had 9 wards in Banjul, 3 in Afdai, 3 in Banjul Central, 3 in Banjul North. And there was a good relationship among the people. Particularly, we were encouraged by, we used to have Zone 2. And then MC Cham came and introduced a sporting calendar.
Okay.
That now each ward would have, each constituency will have a team of basketball, football, athletic.
And why?
Really very nice. And Banjul was small, Banjul was clean, Banjul was good, but of course Banjul has challenges because now you almost have water in every compound. That time there was no water in every compound, so you have running taps in different parts of the city. And of course the issue of light, particularly at night, it was sometimes dark because City Council was not able to pay GUC then the bills for the electricity annually. So it was a challenge.
But for the street lights.
Yes, that's for the street lights. But Banjul, like I said, was very small and nice city at then.
Interesting times, but we will come to all this later during the interview. But how was BCC governed and what criteria was used to select a mayor for Banjul prior to the elections?
BCC was governed by what we call CAP 21.
CAP 21.
Which was the law that established the city of Banjul.
Okay.
But we were not autonomous. We were under the Ministry of Local Government, like we still have. We did try to bring some autonomy, but of course, it's gradual.
Okay.
You have the system where you elect 9 councillors for Banjul, and then among themselves, they will elect a mayor. And so that's how the process was. Of course, you did have people of independent mind who will join the fray, and people who belong to parties who will join the fray. But that was the process. If you want to be a councillor, you must be part of that process of going for an election, either through the party line or through an independent candidate.
Okay, but could you say that CAP 29 is the one that metamorphosed to this local government act or authority now?
In fact, while we were there, the government of the Gambia had a program with the World Bank. And the program was, how do we decentralize and give autonomy to Banjul and add their financial resources so they can take up responsibility. And this was under the Ministry of then Economic Planning.
Okay.
The whole idea was, how do we give the Banjul City Council some type of autonomy that they are able to govern themselves and be answerable to the people that elect them. Because what normally used to happen, the council can take a decision. If you don't have a good relationship with your ministry, then the decision cannot be implemented because everything is approved by the minister. So World Bank with the Gambia government came up with this idea and say, okay, how do we do to decentralize? How do we give autonomy to the municipalities so they can govern themselves?
This Minister of Economic Planning, if my memory serves me well, MC Cham, you just mentioned, was one time minister, and of course, even Sirif Mustafa Deba one time became minister.
Yes, they were, and the politics was such that you have to have a hold in Banjul. Because, of course, it's the seat of government that's in the urban center, so everybody, it was challenging for every party to try to get. And from my memory, there was no time that you have a council that have all the councillors from one party. We came from different parties. What was interesting, as soon as we go into council, the party is forgotten.
Okay.
We start working together as a council for the good of Banjul.
Okay. Now, which institution organized elections and who were who were your fellow contestants, the number of political parties, if you could remember?
Before the advent of the Electoral Commission, it was the Minister of Local Government that was responsible for organizing elections.
Okay.
So I think my first election was by the Minister of Local Government, and then subsequently IEC took over.
I think the permanent secretary used to be the returning officer.
That's right. He used to be the returning officer.
Okay, okay. Interesting times. Now that it is the Independent Electoral Commission, okay, that it has been shifted from the Minister of Local Government to an Independent Electoral Commission, I believe.
Yes, now it has been. And all this is really coming to have autonomy and election, make an election which is fair.
Free and
fair.
And independent.
Of course, because you know when the permanent secretary was the returning officer, anything can happen.
Absolutely.
But now this IEC is autonomous. They have their own mandate and they are backed by law. So we can say that definitely democracy increased when the IEC came.
Okay. Better still, tell us about, electoral process at that time. How were local government elections conducted?
Well, after you see, what we used to have, I came from PPP. What we used to have, each ward will select a candidate. And once the candidate is selected, they send it to the party central committee for approval. And once it is approved, then we start our campaign period, and then after the elections, we go into council. Then the minister has authority at that time, and I think still, to nominate 4 additional councillors to join the councillors that are elected. And that's how we used to operate.
Okay. Now, what's your take on the current electoral cycle that is having parliamentary, councillorship, mayoral or chairperson elections separately? What's your take on that? Isn't it expensive, or isn't it?
I believe it is expensive. I would have loved a situation where we have all elections the same day. But I understand the constraint that the IEC is facing.
Okay.
Because when we have a democratized society, everybody have a right to say, I am a candidate.
Absolutely.
And because of the ballot box we are using, if you do it the same day, you are in trouble.
It becomes cumbersome.
Because you may have a ward that is supposed to have 2 candidates to have 10 candidates.
Sometimes it can even be more than that.
That's right. so I understand the constraints. I know there is discussion to try to change the system. I believe our system is the fairest system.
Absolutely. The marble?
The marble.
Superb.
I think it's the fairest system, but we want to be like other countries. I would not want to do that, but definitely, if we were able to regularize and say, okay, we don't have more than X number of candidates, and even if it means we use the system that we have in Senegal, the parrainage, where you need to have certain number of votes to be a candidate, then at least we can control that. I would rather we remain with the marble system.
Okay.
But I know there will be some argument that the marble is old, we must go.
Well, for transparency and fairness purpose, you are advocating for the marble to continue.
It's the best, because before you cast your ballot, every candidate or his representative will stand there. All the ballot boxes are open, emptied, show you, then they put sawdust in,
and then seal them.
And seal them in presence of everybody. Before it is open for counting, it's the same process.
Absolutely.
Everybody stands there and they see that the seal has not been broken, and it's counted in your presence. I tell people, you can only cheat this system during registration. Not on election day.
Not on counting day.
Not on counting day.
Absolutely.
On registration, yes, you can register people who are not Gambians, etc. But once you have that process done, nobody can interfere with the election.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's true. But now, what was it like going around the capital for the first time ever, for the first elected mayor of Banjul, canvassing for votes? Take us through that campaign trail.
Well, this was a very difficult one because that was 1989, and it's not feasibly possible for a mayoral candidate to be able to go to all compounds. So what we did was we divide ourselves into these same wards that makes the council, and each of the wards will go on your behalf.
That is 9 wards?
Yes.
Okay.
But then we introduced something which I see is now very popular. We introduce a caravan system.
Okay.
And then we will go to say, today we are going to Half Dye, and our caravan will go around Half Dye. And we'll go to 1 or 2 compounds where they have some elderly people, leaders of the community, etc. But we just go around and greet everybody and tell them we are here, we are asking for your votes. And the ambience was nice.
Absolutely.
And I could see now they are improving on it, which is very good.
Yeah. Most of the candidates are now embarking on this caravan.
Because, you cannot,
caravan and spot meetings.
Humanly possible to go into every compound.
Absolutely.
And ask for votes. So that was the best way to do it.
I mean, how was it like to be declared winner for the first, elected mayor of Banjul? How was it like?
You feel happy, but you feel challenged. It's a big responsibility.
Okay.
I recall after the results were announced, and people who were supporting me, we went around the city jubilating. And I can feel the weight on my shoulders that I am now responsible
for the whole of
the city, for water, for electricity, for the cleanliness. It's a big challenge.
That was a challenge.
It's a big challenge, but you also feel that you are part of the community. And a lot of them have ideas and they can share with you and they can help you. And we used to have a lot of support from the private sector too. We introduced, for example, keeping the city clean and green. And what we did was we create employment.
Okay.
We employ young people. We go to a company and say, okay, it will cost us $12,000 to employ this guy for 1 year. How do you help us employ somebody for 3 years? And you pay that person. And then we say, okay, now you are responsible for Lehman Street. Or you are responsible for Dobson Street. And it really creates, and that was really good and was very helpful.
Okay.
And the community used to help.
Wow.
To make sure. I remember some families in the front of your compound. Every morning they get out and clean their the front of their compound.
Okay.
But unfortunately, we've lost all that.
Yeah.
But that used to be a good time.
How did you manage to come up with that strategy, which also helped you in manage to save you cost?
Now, what we did was Alaji Malik Law, when he became mayor.
Meaning this public strategy, this
City Clean and Green.
Yes, this strategy, the PPP strategy has been working before.
Oh yes, oh yes. When Alaji Malik Law was mayor, we realized what the load was. We said we need a development and planning committee.
Okay.
To look at every responsibility we have and try to develop a program to address that. I was the first chairman of the development and planning committee. And we were able now to divide the 3 wards into 9 and see how best we can work together to make sure that the services reach our own people. And that was very helpful. I think they still have a development planning team, which of course for me has a big advantage because annually they will sit together, plan, make a budget and say, okay, this is what we need to be able to do this A, B, C, D.
Great. You, the first elected mayor of Banjul, how was your relationship with the councillors like?
Fortunately, I think because we are all from Banjul, no matter what party you belong to, like I said, as soon as we go into council, we start working together. And that is the advantage we had. Because we always say, yes, your party brought you here, but here you are here to work for the Banjulians. So therefore, let us put our party affiliation outside, and within the council, let us work together. And we used to be very transparent.
Okay.
We bring everything on the table. What do we want to do each area? And we empower each councillor to go to your area and tell them what the council is going to do year 1 or year 2 or year 3. So that way we used to have very cordial relationship among our own council.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting times. But what was your mode of operandi at the BCC, your main focus, your main source of funding? What was your main
The main source of funding for Banjul City Council have always been rates and taxes.
Okay.
Taxes, I mean the businesses paying tax. Albert Market was also a big source of income for council. And then, of course, government is supposed to give you subvention.
Okay.
But in our case, because government has taken over the cleansing service from us, the subvention was not coming. Because the cleansing service was high cost.
Okay, was a burden.
Yes, it was a burden on us.
Okay.
And so government used to keep that part of the subvention and allow us now to operate within the budget that we established.
But what was the role of the council in general as far as the development of Banjul was concerned?
Well, the role of a councillor is always the same. Sometimes you don't do the right thing, but the role of a councillor is for you to see from your area what is needed. In our case then it was, do we have enough water? Is the area very clean? Would the lights come off
how
at
best
night?
would you improve the lighting system?
That's right. So each of us, in fact, I can remember we used to set aside some money for a councillor to appoint a plumber if our plumbers are busy.
Okay.
So that when a tap is not going well, the councillor can just go and appoint a plumber, buy the little things that are needed, and fix it.
As quickly as possible.
Yes. Because we had only, I think, 4 plumbers for the whole city. And that was not easy. So we set aside some money so that a councillor can do those kind of things.
Okay. That is those are for emergency.
That's right.
Okay, routine maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, great. But as the first elected mayor of Banjul, what was your TOR and what was your relationship like with the then Ministry of Local Government?
We had a good relationship with the Ministry of Local Government. But what I did when I
was it because you were from PPP?
No. What you see, if you have a clear vision, it will make it possible for you to work with anybody.
Okay.
When I was elected mayor, I came out with the Banjul Development Plan.
Okay.
I think that was the first, and I think that was the last.
Okay.
Because I said, for the next 4 years that we are in council, this is what we are going to do. And we popularized this. We discussed this in council. The councillors give us their input. By the time we are ready, we have a plan and say, okay, this is what we want Banjul to look like. And if we want Banjul to look like this is what we are going to do. And we give this to the ministry. So when the budget comes, the ministry will look at what we say we want to do vis-a-vis what the allocations were. Now, for example, we say education. The city council will always have a responsibility to provide education. But because we were not able to do that, we started a scholarship program. We give scholarship to people in high school, private students, and the criteria was you have to be a good student, and your report will come to us annually for your scholarship to continue. Then, of course, when we have bilateral relationship, like we had in Senegal, we were able to educate 20 Gambians at university level.
Okay.
As I was coming in, 2 people were coming from Johnny Ford, Tuskegee. We had relationship with Tuskegee. And we were able to get past scholarship for some Gambians to go to Tuskegee University to study. Okay. So that's the whole idea. Now, that's education. Medical services. We are supposed to make a contribution. We started the sponsorship of these wards. I started that, and I said, let's go to the hospital, let us sponsor 2 wards, and make sure that everything is needed that is needed in the ward, we will provide. And then we went to private sector and asked them to come. And I think this is really still going on, and I'm very happy that it is still going on.
That legacy is still continuing.
Yeah. Then we said, okay, how do we keep the city clean and green? I am always not very happy when I enter Banjul, because before I left, we have done some work, plant some trees and everything. And we wanted that to continue. Banjul have no place for kids to play. And the whole idea was, if we succeed, as you enter the city, we will go into the different wards and make sure that there is some little space that young children can go and have leisure. We only have the Makati Square, but it was dilapidated. We got the Chinese to fix it for us. The big problem we have, not only for Banjul City Council, for this country, is maintenance.
Maintenance, yeah.
You see those play equipment that is there. They have been there for ages. Nobody cares. But if we are able to maintain it properly, it will serve us better.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, those are the kinds of things that we need to bring into self-government, into our local government, that they take responsibility to provide those amenities for the people living in their communities.
Great, but what was BCC's average annual budget line during your time, and how was it spent?
If I could remember rightly, it is between 3 and 5 million.
Dalasi.
Dalasi.
And now we're talking about hundreds of millions.
Well, yes.
And you were able to do all those.
Times have changed, and you can understand also. I tell you about taxes that we get from businesses. Banjul have been turned into a warehouse. I used to fight against that. There is a law that says we should not have those stores. There is a law that demarcates what kind of building you should do in Banjul.
Like, seriously?
The law is there. But unfortunately, Banjul have been turned into a warehouse.
A commercial home.
And listen, that is not bad. If I were mayor, I would say, yes, you can build your store, but you will build an apartment up.
Absolutely.
So at least you can provide for people. But see, now almost everybody is living in the combos.
But Honorable Minister, are you telling us that these laws are there?
The laws are there. You see, what normally used to happen, if you have a plan to do something in Banjul, you draw your plan. It goes to the Ministry of Health. They would look at the health aspect. It goes to Lands Office. It's come to Banjul City Council. And once you get all those 3 approval stamps, then you can do. You can do your construction.
Otherwise, no.
Oh, but now I don't think that is happening.
But then this thing needs to be revisited. I think we'll take it up from there to do a formal kind of a report on this issue.
No, I don't know, whoever is elected, I intend to go back to the municipality and talk about my ideas.
Absolutely.
For example, Banjul is the only city in the world that you don't have a car parking fee.
Seriously.
You go into the city, you cannot drive.
Absolutely.
You go Wellington Street, Buckle Street, anywhere.
It's jam-packed.
It's jam-packed. And people double park. If you create a parking meter system or parking fee, you will create employment, you will have more resources to keep the city clean, etc., etc. So, like I said, I intend to go to whoever is elected and start discussing my ideas with them, and hopefully they will pick 1 or 2 of them.
Well, we're almost running out of time. They're just alerting me that we've almost exhausted the time given to us. But I mean, what's your advice to the politicians vis-a-vis, I mean, the development of the Gambia?
Well, you see, unfortunately, when we were going to council, we went in because of service. If you want to take public office, you must be ready to be a servant.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure we have the same mentality. I want to be called a councillor or a mayor, but I am not ready to serve, because the people send you there to provide services for them. So I would say, if we have to have a paradigm shift, change our mentality, and everybody that is elected would first see himself as a servant of the people before being a councillor, and that would be helpful.
Very interesting. Finally, what's your advice to Gambians as far as democracy and political pluralism are concerned? Finally.
You see, unfortunately, democracy is creating a problem for us because we give it different interpretation, the way we like it. No. For me, I think democracy can serve us better if we have an open mind. I may not be in the same party with you, but if your ideas are good, I should pick it up and run with it.
Absolutely.
And secondly, I think we must encourage our people to go and vote. Our people can sit at home and complain, but when they say it's voting time, they don't go and vote.
Absolutely don't.
But that is your right. That is how you will make a difference. That's the only way you can make a difference, because once you elect somebody, it's finished. But if you use that vote and make sure that you get the right people elected so that they can serve you better in the city.
Honorable Minister, who was one time the first elected mayor of Banjul, James Gomez, we thank you very much for availing us this opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jallo.
Well, on behalf of my executive producer, Karabla Conte, my name is Sierra Jallo. Thank you very much for joining us. Bye for now.
the PP allowed local government elections, and Alhaji SB Foon was elected mayor. Okay.
That was in 1970.
Yes. Yes. But during this time, you remember, the mayors were not directly elected.
Okay.
No. The councillors were elected, and at the first meeting of council, the councillors will choose from among themselves a chairman who served for 1 year, renewable. So you can imagine there was very little that somebody could do in 1 year. But these people, they had like a sense of purpose. As we will see, they did very well.
Okay.
The Alaji Keba Conte, served for 2 terms. He was also another Batos elder, a very, very influential, figure in the community. From 1981, it was during his time that the Kukoi Sambasanyang coup happened. In fact, he was made chairman of the Looted Goods Commission, because after the 1981 Kukoi Sambasanyang coup, businesses were looted, warehouses, stores. So when the government was restored, a looted, assets commission was established, and Gambians, were asked.
Here at the National Museum with the Director General of the National Council for Arts and Culture, Mr. Hassan Sise. Here at the National Museum, Hassan will be taking us through to show us the earliest elected mayors, local government officials, and elected mayors of Banjul. Mr. Sise, it's a pleasure having you here with us. Can you kindly take us through us in what we are seeing here at the National Museum?
Well, thank you very much. This is a gallery of the earliest elected local government chairmen and mayors, because the whole idea of local government elections started here, in Batos. As far back as 1931.
1931.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it was in that year that the British governor established the first municipal council for the Gambian capital. And yes, so you can say that municipal, politics is 92 years old this year.
Has been in this country?
Yeah, for the past 92 years, since 1931.
Okay.
So what we are doing today has a very long history.
Absolutely.
And we should stress that, that Gambians have over the past 92 years participated in one way or the other in electing their grassroots representatives, that is, in local government, starting from 1931.
DG, before we, before you take us through the gallery proper, can you give us a brief genesis of local government elections in this country?
Before 1931, there was no local government. There was no, municipal politics. For example, the task that the local government bodies now do was in the hands of the Board of Health. You know what our ancestors called Board of Health?
Board of Health.
Yeah, there was the Board of Health. It had the dual role of, ensuring that the town, that's Batos, was in good, sanitary condition. That containers were well looked after, that there was no stagnant water, that pigs or animals were not raised in the town. Just basic sanitary, duties. But the Board of Health also took care of things like refuse collection. Okay, and there was a section in the Board of Health that also dealt with, rates, rating. They charge the household how much to pay, when to pay, and so on. So in 1931, Governor Palmer, Richard Palmer, came on duties,
and decided to establish the Batos Urban Council. This was in 1931. And the town was divided into 9 wards. Like Soldier Town, Portuguese Town, Jollof Town, and so on.
And
each of these wards
still exist.
Yes,
Nothing
yes.
has been subtracted.
Yeah, the wards that we have in Banjul today, date 90 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, little has changed. Okay. And in 1931, the first councillors, took up, their duties. Some were appointed directly by the governor, but some were elected.
Okay.
So among the first elected local government officials in this country were the lawyer Mr. Wilfred Davidson Carroll. Okay. Lawyer Carroll. He was a man who wore many hats. He was a lawyer, a politician, and also a councillor. You have also Mr. James Senegal, the newspaper editor.
Okay.
He edited the newspaper. A very, very, popular newspaper.
I think that James Senegal has a street.
In fact, there's a street named after him.
Okay.
He was also among the first Gambians to be elected into local government office. Mr. Abdul Wali Mbai. He was also another nationalist. He was also elected. So these were among the earliest local government officials elected. And they took up duties in 1932. The elections took place in late 1931, and they took up duties in 1932.
Okay. Hassan, now take us through, because I'm seeing photos of former mayors of Banjul, from
Yes.
Batos to now Banjul. Can you explain to us who are these officials, and when did they assume the mantle of mayorship within Banjul?
Well, thank you very much. Like I said, everything started here, in Batos here. You have Mr. I.M. Gaba Yahumpa.
That's I.M.
Yes, he was a professional teacher.
Okay.
Later got interested in politics, and he cut his political teeth in the Batos Town Council.
Okay.
And this was as far back.
If I may ask, before going further,
Yeah.
this I am Gaba Jahumpa,
Yeah.
was the father of the former Speaker of the National.
Yes. Yeah. Former Minister.
Action
Man Jahumpa. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they come from a strong political lineage.
Okay.
Yeah. And he was elected as a councillor as far back as in 1940s.
1940. Because
Yes.
in 1959.
But in 59, he finally became chairman of the council.
Okay.
But he was first elected
In the early 40s.
in 1946. Okay. And he became the first chairman. Because before 59, the governor acted as chairman.
Okay.
Although he could sort of, transfer, those duties to any councillor of his choice.
Okay.
But in 59, there were some further amendments such that the councillors will elect from themselves a chairman of the council for the Batos Town Council. And Jahumpa, he served for a year, and then he was councillor, but at the same time minister of Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Okay.
Because he became minister in 1954. He was among the first Gambians to be appointed in 1954 with Reverend J.C. Fai and Pierre Njai. Okay? So, here was a very, very strange case of one man sitting in the Legislative Council, Jahumpa. He was an MP.
Okay.
He was also a minister, and he was also the chairman of the council, for the Batos Town Council. So you can imagine, he wielded, like a lot of political power.
Oh,
okay. Now, in 1960, Alhaji B. Osemegejani. He also was elected, councillor as far back as 1951.
1951.
Yeah. He trained as a surveyor, and then he retired, and then went into politics. He later became, one of our first ambassadors, and he was re-elected, 4 times, because in those days the tenure of a councillor, of the chairman of council, was 1 year, but it could be renewed. It could be renewed, and he was, given the mandate, on 4 occasions. Yeah. And then he was replaced. Now, it was Alhaji, B.O. Semegejani, who oversaw the, graduation of battles from town to city on 18 February 1965.
1965.
Yes. Okay. So whilst he was, chairman, the capital city, Batos, graduated from being a town to a city, as the capital of an independent, Gambia.
Who took over from him?
Alhaji B.S. Ojeng. He was also, among the Batos elders. Very, very influential in politics.
And he became mayor in 1966.
Yes, in 1966. Then I.B.A. Kelefa Samba. He was also a very, very influential, Batos politician. He later became Minister of Agriculture, parliamentary secretary, and he ended up being the PPP national chairman. That's the national chairman of the ruling People's Progressive Party, at the time. But he spent 4 years as mayor. During his tenure, something happened. Because the PPP wanted to conquer, politically wanted to conquer in the capital. But it was very difficult because Banjul was largely UP. So what the PPP did was they created an artificial crisis in the council, and then I.B.A. Clever Samba was sort of impeached. But it was, of course, orchestrated by the government, because they wanted to eliminate him. And that happened. The police got involved. He was impeached. Then government said, now there will be no more elections. So the government appointed Mr. H.R. Monde Senior as chairman. So for 9 years, from 1970 up to 1980, and there were no elections. The government, the PPP government, refused to organize elections, because they didn't want the city council to continue to be like a nest, or like a hotbed, of opposition politics.
Meaning these things has been...
Our politics has always been politics.
It's not a new...
Well, yes, As of for 9 years...
As you used to tell me, there is nothing new in politics.
Well, absolutely. So H.R. Monde was there, and he presided over the change of name from Batos to Banjul in April 1973. 1979, the PP allowed local government elections, and Alhaji S.B. Foon was elected mayor.
That was in 1970.
Yes. But during this time, you remember, the mayors were not directly elected. No. The councillors were elected, and at the first meeting of council, the councillors will choose from among themselves a chairman who served for 1 year, renewable. So you can imagine there was very little that somebody could do in 1 year. But these people, they had like a sense of purpose. As we'll see, they did very well. The Alhaji Keba Conte, served for 2 terms. He was also another Batos elder, a very, very influential, figure in the community from 1981. It was during his time that the Kukoi Sambasanyang coup happened. In fact, he was made chairman of the Looted Goods Commission, because after the 1981 Kukoi Sambasanyang coup, businesses were looted, warehouses, stores. So when the government was restored, a looted, assets commission was established, and Gambians, were asked, through Radio Gambia, to be gentle and to be patriotic enough to return everything they had stolen. And people did that. Some people, they stole TV sets, refrigerators. Some they stole cars, and so on. And these were returned, to a commission. That was headed by Alaji Keba Conte. Yeah. Alaji Malik Lo was also for 2 years. He oversaw the reconstruction of the Banjul market after it was burnt. So he's remembered for that.
This Alaji Malik
Lo, he was also a tycoon. He had money, and he spent a lot of money in the council. And when the Battles market, got burnt in 1983, he worked very hard to have it rebuilt. Then 1985, Mr. James Gomez. Yeah, he served for a very long time until the army coup of 1994. He was a former minister, but he was also the first mayor to be elected directly.
In Banjul.
Yeah, like I said, from before 1991, they were elected indirectly by the councillors. But in 1991, there were council elections, and now the councillors were elected directly, and the mayors were also elected directly. Okay? And Mr. Keba Jallo became the first elected mayor for the KMC.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was in 1991.
Okay.
So what we are doing today started like 32 years ago.
32 years ago.
Yeah, in 1991. That is Gambians electing their, mayors, directly.
Okay.
Yes.
And then Mayor.
Well, he was when the junta seized power.
In 1994.
Yeah, he was appointed mayor.
Antuman Saha.
Yes.
Mayor Antuman
Saha. He served, then Alhaji Samba Fall, who used to work as a town clerk.
Okay.
Yeah, so he knew the terrain very well. Yes, he served as mayor. He had a very, very long stint also, from 1996 to, and then in fact he returned, between 2002 and 2013 again. Yes, he also, he knew the council very well. Town clerk, called CEO.
CEO, okay.
But the official, title used to be town clerk, and he served as town clerk for quite a number of, years.
And Pasala Jeng also.
Yeah, well, yes. He was elected, but he had a very short tenure.
Yeah.
It looks like what happened in 1970. What the PPP did to the council in 1970. They decapitated the council, so to speak. Then when Pasala also won as an independent candidate, the government at the time was not comfortable.
The APRC government was comfortable.
Having an opposition run the city council, at the head of the city council. You see, so I think shenanigans took place, and then Pasala Ajeng was also defenestrated, so to speak, after 2 or 3 years. But he was quite a capable mayor also. Yes. He had a breadth of vision. Yes.
Okay.
And of course, after he was removed, there was a female mayoress.
Yes.
Who served Ma'am something Sani. Yes, Mrs. Sani. Yes, she served the remaining of Pasala Jeng's term. So she became the first mayoress. And the Gambia for that matter. Yes, until like Samba Fall became mayor again, and then Mr. Abdullah Ba, and now Mrs. Lo. Yes. And whose father was also a mayor.
And that is Alhaji Malik Lo.
Yeah.
1983.
Yes.
Yeah. 1995.
Yeah. About Mrs. Lo, mayoress, her lordship, Rahim Malik Lo was the first to be elected.
Okay.
First female elected. Okay, because Mrs. Sane was like appointed. After Pasala Jeng was defenestrated, she just came into the position. Automatically.
Okay.
Yeah.
DJ, looking at the threat of local council elections in this country, it is definitely not a new thing in this country, because from 90 something years to 31 years of history, that is definitely that's a lot for our democratization process. Now looking at what used to happen during local government elections, local government elections, looking at the turnout and what used to what happened in the past and what we're anticipating to see, can you just give us a little synopsis of a little comparison of that?
Well, you know, local government elections, you know, the rollout has been quite spasmodic. If not episodic, because like I said, it started everything, you know, started in battles here. Then later, the Kanifing Urban District Council, before called the Como Rural Authority, you know, was established for what is today called KMC, you know, which was established in 1991. Like KMC became KMC, in the early 90s. But for the rest of the country, you had the area councils, you know, created in the early 60s. Okay, so you know, elections to the area councils, you know, first took place in 63, and then in 68. Okay, but usually the councillors were elected. Then among the councillors, there would be like a chairman of council. But the bulk of the work, was really done, you know, by what is now called the CEO of council. Town clerk for battles. Okay, about CEO for KMC and the other, councils. Okay, but also sometimes, in the late 70s, more interest, you know, started to be focused on the local government elections, because generally before that, people were mostly in the general elections. You elect your MPs, you know, who will elect the president. But from 1979, like in 1979, there were local government elections, and they were hotly contested because the NCP, the UP, the PPP, and independent candidates, they all, you know, took part in the elections. From 79 onwards, you started seeing a steady, you know, increase in the level of participation. Okay, and also in the, you know, level of, you know, people, you know, coming out to contest, okay, as councillors. Because you have to know that there was something called Tecito, you know, and this was the philosophy of the PPP, you know, self-help. And now the PPP was very successful in linking Tecito, or the success of Tecito, with the, local government, with the area councils in particular. They will tell people, there are so many things you want, it can only be done, okay, through Tecito, with the support, you know, of your area councils, you know. So that linking of, you know, self-help with the area councils really helped, you know, to garner more interest, you know, in local government, elections, you know, particularly in the provinces.
Well, finally, Didi, before we take leave of you, we understand previous elections used to be organized by the Minister of Local Government and Lands, the permanent secretary being the returning officer. Now we have the Independent Electoral Commission, an independent body that supersedes and presides over elections. Just in a minute, can you just give us the two comparisons and how it used to work?
Well, thank you very much. Up to 1996, the civil servants organized elections. There was something called, you know, the Commissioner for Elections, who was a senior civil servant. There was something called the Electoral Office under the Minister of Local Government and Lands. But we have to say, they did it very well. Yes, we must not think that it is the IEC that brought us free and fair elections. Okay, the IEC has added, okay, to the trust, to the level of trust in elections. They have added very well to it, but the IEC did not, start free and fair elections. Civil servants used to do it. They did it well because in those days also, the civil servants who were tasked to organize the elections included the commissioners, then as they were called. They were the returning officers. Okay? Yes, yes. And then, the civil servant, who was heading the electoral office, will hire, the polling staff. Okay? Who will act as polling, agents, as polling officers, as presiding officers, and so on. And of course, they'll also handle the logistics, like the vehicles. The PWD will help, the Public Works Department will help. Radio Gambia will help with the publicity and the voter education. So it worked very well. But of course, our democracy, matures, and then the IEC was created, in the 1996 Constitution, and that was like another feather in the cap, in Gambian democracy. 79, the PPR.
laftelale ikanata baby kanonyone laftelale telubukan silambu kamburi jolly mari telubukan silambu kamburi de jolly mari nienje da wadambe bambandi jolly mari nienje da wadambe kandiri jolly mari
Despite political tensions in Banjul and some areas, voting proceeded in a calm and orderly manner in most polling stations observed throughout the country. The IEC rules and guidelines were generally followed by all the contending candidates and political parties. Voter turnout improved compared to the councillorship elections. However, there is a need for the sensitization citizens on the importance of civic participation on local government elections in the overall and in overall governance, good governance and development of the Gambia. There must be increased, consistent and active civic participation. Political parties and leaders are also urged to preach peace and political tolerance and to always promptly condemn bigotry and hate speech. The IEC must also take prompt action to ensure electoral laws and guidelines are respected to consolidate our democratic principles. We will come up with very strong recommendations based on verification of all this information that we have. But be rest assured that we will engage the IEC, but not only IEC, but all the stakeholders. And if you hear the report that was read, we've started urging and giving some recommendation, preach peace to all the stakeholders involved. Let's get away from bigotry, hate speech. So we will do that, be rest assured. Despite political tensions in Banjul and some areas, voting proceeded in a calm and orderly manner in most polling stations observed throughout the country. The IEC rules and guidelines were generally followed by all the contending candidates and political parties. Voter turnout improved compared to the councillorship elections. However, there is a need for the sensitization of citizens on the importance of civic participation on local government elections in the overall and in overall governance, good governance and development of the Gambia. There must be increased, consistent and active civic participation. Political parties and leaders are also urged to preach peace and political tolerance and to always promptly condemn bigotry and hate speech. The IEC must also take prompt action to ensure electoral laws and guidelines are respected to consolidate our democratic principles. We will come up with very strong recommendations based on verification of all this information that we have. But be rest assured that we will engage the IEC, but not only IEC, but all the stakeholders. And if you hear the report that was read, we've started urging and giving some recommendation, preach peace to all the stakeholders involved. Let's get away from bigotry, hate speech. So we will do that, be rest assured. Despite political tensions in Banjul and some areas,
Polls in Gambia opened on Saturday in a tightly fought presidential election that will test its stability.
To a couple of polling stations here, and it's very exciting. The turnout looks very good, and the Gambians are exercising their right to vote for their leaders. This is just one of many steps in a democracy, and it's good to see that Gambia's democracy is strong and getting stronger every day. So thank you. Thank you. We've gone around to a couple of
I welcome you all, members of the press present here and observers present, of course, members of the National Election Response Group, National Human Rights Commission present, WANEP, supported by ECOWAS. This is the joint observer statement. The mayoral and chairpersonship elections of May 2023. The background: the Independent Electoral Commission approved the nomination of 32 candidates to contest for the 81 local government administrative areas, the 2 municipalities, that is Banjul and KMC, and the 6 local government areas. In the 24th mayoral and chairpersonships elections, 30 candidates representing 94% male and 2 candidates representing 6% women. Out of the 19 registered political parties, 6 parties nominated candidates and 11 are independent. No candidate is a person with disability, unlike the parliamentary election where we had one with disability who was a candidate. Opening of the polls. Generally, the polls open on time at 8 a.m. Opening procedures as outlined by law were complied with, and most of the polling staff were present. The majority of the polling stations were easily accessible, and polling officials and party agents present carried out their duties in the areas observed. All the required election materials were available in adequate quantities in all of the polling stations visited. The security personnel and party agents were visibly present in all the polling stations. The media personnel were also present in most of the polling stations at the time of opening. The voting process. Our observations. Overall, voting started on time in all the polling stations visited. At most polling stations, the voter turnout was relatively high, and most voters in queues were women. The voting process was orderly, and the secrecy of the ballot was generally adequate in most polling stations. There was fair representation of women among IEC officials, party agents,
Good morning, viewers. You are once again welcome to this special panel on the mayoral and chairmanship elections. And with me, my eminent panelists, I have Mr. Hasum Sise, Karamba Jalo, our statistician, Baba Suare, and my colleague, Babu Cham. But before we move into our next topic, we are going straight to SSO to remind our viewers and our listeners, because we are broadcasting live both on the radio and TV. So remind us quickly about the results that we've had so far and the remaining ones quickly.
Thank you very much, Karabulai Conte. We want to bid you a warm welcome once again to this special live broadcast of the elections 2023. This is the chairpersonship and mayoral elections. Like Karabulai said, so far so good. We have received 2 results from the 2 smallest administrative areas, Banjul, which is the capital city. So far so good. We have received results from Banjul. And we just want to remind you that the IEC this time around is announcing the result in bulk. They are not doing it based on constituency. They will be getting all the results from the respective constituencies within a specific administrative area, and then they will announce it. And that is what we have seen so far happen in the capital city, Banjul. As you can see on the screen, those of you watching television, Rohim Malik Low was up in contention against Ibu Fai of the National People's Party. Rohim Malik Low is representing the United Democratic Party. She was the incumbent seeking re-election. And the results official, for that matter, that we have received from the IEC through the chairman, who is also the returning officer for this specific election, Rohim Malik Low pulled out 8,299 votes. 8,299 votes for Rohim Malik Low of the United Democratic Party, and Ibu Fai, who was the only other opponent in Banjul, got 6,992. 6,992 for Ibu Fai. So 2 candidates were in the race for the Banjul City Council seat, and Rohim Malik Low has been re-elected as mayoress of the capital city, Banjul. So that's it for Banjul. We are done with Banjul. And another result that we received comes from the Mansa Konko administrative area for the Mansa Konko area council. Like Banjul, we also had only 2 candidates contesting the available seat in the Mansa Konko area council. Keba Dem of the National People's Party up against Landing Bisane, who was seeking a re-election. Landing Bisane is of the United Democratic Party. As you can see on the screen, those watching television, Keba Dem of the National People's Party got 13,757 votes. 13,757 votes. And for Landing Bisane, 17,017 votes. 17,017 votes. So therefore, Landing Bisane has won the election in the Mansa Konko administrative area for the Mansa Konko area council. And she is going to serve a 2nd term in office as far as that council is concerned. So we have done so far so good 2 out of the 8. So let's look at the remaining ones, including the most densely populated administrative area, which is the Kanifing Municipal Council. You have 3 people in the race. They are Bakari Baji of the National People's Party and the incumbent Talib Ahmed Bensouda of the United Democratic Party seeking re-election for a 2nd term in office. And Pamodu Jenabambo, an independent candidate, also in contention for the mayoral seat in the Kanifing Municipal Council. So there are the 3. You can see them on the screen. Those of you watching television, this is Bakari Baji, and that's Talib Ahmed Bensouda and Pamodu Mbo, also an independent candidate. So he's among the few independent candidates that are in contention. So moving on, we also have the Brikama Area Council, which is in the Brikama administrative area. That is where you have the highest number of candidates, Karabulai. And so that's a talking point for you. And that is also where you have one of the 2 female candidates that are in contention. So you have only 2 out of the 29 candidates in total that are contesting. So one of them, that is Jenna Baba, who is representing the PPP, which is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, among these political parties. I'm so Hasum knows a lot about that. He will be helping you cut through that later on. So for the Brikama administrative area, as you can see, you have them here on the screen. Yankuba Barrow is an independent candidate. Amadou Mukhtar Cham, an independent candidate. CD, yes, Mr. Paradigms is so interesting for you there. He was quite an interesting character during the course of the campaign period. Attracted a lot of talking. So we'll see how he will perform later on up against people like Yankuba Dabo of the United Democratic Party, as well as CD Serif Sise of the NPP. So let's move on and show you. This is Jenaba Ba of the PPP. Jenaba, like I said, is one of 2 female candidates that are contesting. A total of 29, only 2 of them are female. That is Yankuba Dabo of the UDP and Saliu Jallo, independent. Move on. This is Ahmad Jite. Ahmad Jite is also contesting for the chairmanship position in the Brikama Area Council. This is Ibrahim J.S. Sane, independent candidate. That is Baisi Saho. Baisi is also an independent candidate. So let's move on and bring you the list. Let's go back and just look at the list in general. Yes, this is the list. You have Yankuba Barrow, independent. Lamin Jame was among the candidates that got their nomination endorsed and approved by the IEC, but decided to withdraw at the last minute. Lamin Jame, so he's among 2 independent candidates out of the whole lot that decided to pull out of the race. So you have Amadou Mukhtar Jallo, we showed you the picture not long ago. Sidi Sirif Sise, Jenaba Ba, Yankuba Dabo, Saliu Jallo, Ahmad Jite, Bakari Saibo Sane. Bakari Saibo Sane is another independent candidate, yes. I mean, who also withdrew at the last minute. So there were 2 independent candidates that withdrew, and they are all from the West Coast region contesting for the Brikama Area Council. So you have Ibrahim J.S. Sane and Baisi Sao. So those are the candidates. So you have 2 withdrawing out of this 11, left with 9 candidates so far. So when the results come from the IEC, we'll be only seeing 9 candidates. They are the ones that got their names on the ballot earlier today when voters took to the polls to vote for their representatives. So we'll move on and look at another council very quickly this time around. Let's move on and look at another council. Kerawan, the results are yet to be in, but we are getting information. We'll wait for the official one from the Independent Electoral Commission, that is the authoritative body to announce results as far as the elections are concerned. We have also 4 candidates that were initially nominated and got their nominations approved and endorsed by the Electoral Commission. They included Abdoulaye Jallo, Papa Tunkara, Malamin I.L. Bojang, and Babu Kebe. So Abdoulaye Jallo of the Gambia Democratic Congress, GDC, decided to also withdraw. So he's among the 3 candidates that pulled out of the race at the final hour. So leaving the race for Papa Tunkara, Malamin I.L. Bojang, who is the incumbent seeking re-election. He won the last, councilorship election in the chairpersonship election in the Kerewan administrative area for the Kerewan area council. So he is up in contention against Papa Tunkara and Babu Kebe. Instead of 4 now, it is 3. So we'll be expecting only 3 candidates to appear on the final list of results when they come from the IEC along Battle Harden Highway. So Mansa Congo, we are done with that already. We told you Landing Bisane has won. So moving on, we have Janjambure area council in the CRR. We have 2 councils there. I've been saying that all night long. So the people in contention there are Haruna Bari, GDC. Haruna was in council. He served as a councillor. For those of you that are just watching us, he was in council, serving as the vice chairperson of the Janjambure area council. He is now seeking the top job at that administrative area. So you have Suleiman Sawane as well. For NPP, you have Malik Sow, who is running for the first time for the United Democratic Party. Malik is also on the ballot earlier today. We'll see how he performs later on. And Alaji A.S. Boy. Alaji A.S. Boy is the only independent candidate seeking to get elected for the Janjambure area council seat. So we'll see what happens. We expect the results to come later on. From there, we move on to the other part of the Central River region, which is on the northern part of the River Gambia. You have Kuntaur Area Council, also one of the smallest councils. You have Abdoulaye Keita, GFA, Gambia for All. They are putting up only 1 candidate throughout the entire contest, and that is in the Kuntaur Area Council. You have Sehu Jawara, who is the sitting, who is the incumbent, I should say. He is the incumbent. Sehu is seeking re-election for the National People's Party. He's up against Alhaji S.B. Silla of the United Democratic Party. So 3 people contesting for the Kuntaur Area Council, they are all male. So that is also another talking point for you and your guys. So in the Basse Area Council, we have 3 of them, contesting. No independent candidate there. No independent candidate for the Basse Area Council. They are all party candidates. They represent the NPP, PDOIS DOI, which we know, had a stronghold, especially in the Woolies. So they've decided to put up their only candidate in the Basse Area Council. And as you can see there, he is Alhaji Karamo Toure, PDOIS. Fode Danjo of the UDP is seeking re-election. Fode was the the chairman for the Basse Area Council. He has been serving for the past 5 years. He's seeking re-election. We'll also see how he performs when we get the results from Aliou Momar Njie later on. And Muhammadu Sise of the National People's Party. So these are the candidates that are contesting for the Basse Area Council. Karabulai, I would love to do that in the local languages if you permit me now, but if you have so many talking points to do, you can carry on and we'll have enough time to come back later on and do that. Okay, odo badingolu mbal kontonali sa nga itandal follow be daming nga result also tole result fula wolle futata molma ka bonanga IEC Ali Momar Njie wolle la nyaton kotije aytandi mol la ko Banjul la carte fayo nyim pour meola sirango wo ketale abanta seti jan ngata je nga itandi mol la candidate sol perform ta nyaming janibira KMC let's go to back to Banjul ha candidate fula wolle lota Banjul adabe wol kono wolen Rohi Malik Lodum atele moti mi alon ko atele meyoti membe sirin num jannim bi carte fayo be kela ani ka fo me Ibu Faye wo be National People's Party Rohi Malik Lo UDP so mo fulole be nyo sabaka no sirangola carte fayo nyinketa banta carte o konteta IEC ya announce ya itandi ko Rohi Malik Lo 8,299 ay wole soto Ibu Faye 6,992 woto ka munta ko Rohi Malik Lo a gagnetale kotenke aketa musu foloti men sita ka ke meyoti Banjul andu kotenke a fele a winter a second term so wala keta results nga men soto nanka bo Banjul City Council so Banjul ta a bantale ka to IEC be men ke ka nyin silo ika results sol bele kafu sinya killing ya announce follow ika men kenu wolen ka constituency jibe Banjul North Banjul South ya announce wonya bare nyin silo ika bele kafu ya announce sinya killing so to Banjul ta a bantale Rohi Malik Lo wala gagneta je result do fanam futata mol ma même bota Mansa Konko Tundoto Mansa Konko Area Council ngalon je fanan tundole mi alon ko amam wara ni nga carte fay ko jibe mo fula wala be nyo sabaka no sirangola dabe wol kono Keba Dem membe National People's Party ani ka fo me Landing B Sane atabe lori ni United Democratic Party mem UDP party oti ani Keba Dem NPP sa en carte o fayta a banta a kontita tundo be kono ka fo me Landing B Sane wala gagnete 17,017 votes ay wala soto Keba Dem 13,757 ay wala soto Landing B Sane keta moti mi alon ko wala be sirin nun ka kansulo nyin ka nyaton kaya a gagneta le kotenke say abe silale ka sanji lulu koten doku Mansa Konko Area Council so wala keta carte fayoti alata nyami Mansa Konko Area Council sandu ngalon ko kansulo ning sileng memu 8 leti nga fula soto a tuta 6 so 6 all men tuta je say nga wol jibe katabake ka datinin Kanifing Municipal Council la me alon ko carte faylal siata bake do ama wara bake bari carte faylal siata je bake KMC mo saba wala be nyo saba kan sirang wala je adado kono membe sirin sainte ka fo me Talib Ahmed Ben Souda UDP ya londi ate carte atele be nyo saba ka aning Bakari Baji membe National People's Party aning Pa Modou Jenabambo me alon ko ate mu independent candidate so wolen KMC ti man result soto follow ka bonang KMC bari ngalo nanata dro karabula ina la mol fana be o kacalale so nim bota je nga tambi nga ta dula do jibe adabe ko Central River Region wo keta tunduti mi alon ko council fulale bije siarab dronen tundoti mi alon ko council fulale wole soto killing kuntawur anin doni janjambure so mbe o jibe la katabake janjambure la councilo mo nani wolle be nyo sabakan sirang wala je adabe wol kono Haruna Bari GDC Suleiman Sawane NPP Malik Sow UDP aning Alhaji AS Boy sa jedum ni carte o fayta fo banta ngalon ko be chairman kuto sotolale katu membe no sirinje wo mantra contest is not seeking re-election so it's important we highlight that as well so we move on from the Janjambure council we look at the other side of the Central River Region nga jejibe memu Kuntaur area council di Kuntaur fana manke dula bati nala jibe mo saba wala be nyo saba kan jela Abdoulaye Keta bijele atebe GFL Gambia for all party ate lota wolle wol fana yate drone londi banko be kan so Sehu Jawara wala NPP la candidate Kuntaur area council Sehu dum atel nun chairperson ti Kuntaur area council alaftale kotenke ale carte faye ay si kotenke mba jibe la lo betala nyaadi le nyaato demanding ring results all botanang IEC ani ka fo me Alhaji SB Sila so womo nyo sabo mo saba abe wolle tema Kuntaur area council let's move on say ngata nga Basse jibe Basse fanang Mamadou Cissé NPP le alondi ani nga Alhaji Karamo Touré PDOIS me mu doy parti oti fana ye mo kiline londi wala alaji karamo tureti basse tundoto ye wala londi je kanyo saboke basse area council sirangola adabe wala fana kono fode danjo UDP le londi andum fode danjo keta modi mi alon ko atele be siri nunje atele chairman oti basse area council sainteng fanang laftale ka si flanjangon ke même second time ti mba jibelo fanan betala a nyamen a nyato demande so karabulay basically wolem follow mbe yintembo mento ngamira nga mentuda je nga bekele council 8 leng nga fula soto fo sa tuda 6 wala tuda je kon bokay ñoo setan ñu gërem len be legi dalal len fi ci GRTS télévision ak radio ina ngey setan election night ngeen anda ci esa so karabulay ak sun ay natango babu chamang fi sun yeneen natango yaangi IEC fale jité gaay di esa Diallo ak ñu fa nekkal ñu leen di gërem di leen santa ci setan bi ak ci déglu bi té naka muy final election bi pour electoral cycle bi bi nga xamné IEC mu ngi ko def kon naka wonen nañ leen ne ci gannaaw basic information bu nga xamantene bobu lañ am muy 7 administrative areas muy tundu yi 7 lañ waaye council si 8 lañ li ko waral mooy CRR ñaari council moo fa nekk benn si Kuntawur area council beneen bi Janjanbureh mu ko def 8 constituency si 53 la ward si 120 polling stations yi muy béréb bi nga xamante ne yooyu la nit yi di dem pour sànni karta 1555 ñi nga xam ne ñooñu la IEC register pour electoral cycle bi tolu na si 962,157 registered voters 19 political parties as you can see on the screen so fu mu ne nii am na ñaari results yi nga xam ne jot nañ ko benn bi bàyyee ko Banjul beneen bi bàyyee ko Mansakonko kon Banjul nag ñaari nit ñoo fa doon jongante Rohey Malick Lowe bu UDP ak Ibou Faye bu NPP so ñaari ñooñu rek ñoo taxawoon so Rohey Malick noonu nag moom moo gagné foofu comme noo leen ko gisee 8,299 votes Ibou Faye NPP 6,992 Rohey Malick noonu moo nekkoon mayor bi dafa mel ni gagné waada dina toogaat another 5 years so ñu move on to Mansakonko tamit ñaari nit rek ñoo fa nekkoon di jongante bokk si di Landing B Sané bi nga xam ne moo taxawal UDP UDP ñoo ko taxawal mu ngi doon seek re-election am nañ results boobu noonu fu mu nekk nii moom nag mu ngi doon jongante ak ku ñoo ooyee Keba Dem NPP ñoo ko taxawal kon ñoom ñaar rek ñoo nekkoon di xëccoo toogu boobu noonu Landing B Sané mu gagné waat am 17,017 votes Keba moom am na 13,757 so jamono ji ñaari results yooyu lañ am ñaar lañ am mu des juróom benn muy 6 moo des fu mu nekk nii kon 6 yu des yooyu nag ñu si gàttal rek ñu seet 6 yooyu noonu fan la ak ñan la ñu nekk di jongante boobu noonu ñu starté ko KMC muy Kanifing Municipality Bakary Badji bu NPP mu ngi fa Talib Ahmed Bensouda UDP ak Pa Modou Mbow ñetta yooyu ñoo nekk di xëccoo toogu bi nekk KMC results yooyu nag ñëwaanguñ ñu ngi xaar dinañ am lu leer si kanam tuuti suñ jógee foofu ñu dem Brikama Area Council Brikama nag foofu la nit ñu nekk di jongante gën a bëri maanaam candidates si foofu lañ gën a bëri gis ngeen si board bi ñi nga xam ne yéen a ngi seetaan télévision 11 moo fa nekk waaye ñaari nag ñoom génn nañ bokk na si ñaari ñoo ñu nga xamante ne bokkaatuñ si jongante bi di Lamine Jammeh moom independent la woon ak ku ñoo ooyee Bakary Saybo Sané Bakary tamit independent la ñoom dañ dem ba balaa mbir mi tàmbale rek ñoom ñu wax ne ñoom noppalu nañ duñ bokk si jongante gi kon ñu fa des moo di Yankuba Baro independent Amadou Mukhtar Cham Sidi Serif Cissé Jenaba Ba moom nag bokk na si ñaari jigéen ñi nga xam ne ñuy bokk si jongante bi ñaari jigéen yooyu mooy Jenaba Ba bu PPP ak Rohey Malick Lowe am nañ 29 candidates in total waaye ñaari rek ñoo si nekk jigéen muy Jenaba Ba ak Rohey Malick Lowe Yankuba Dabo UDP moom West Coast la nekk Saliou Diallo independent West Coast Ahmad Jite independent Ibrahim JS Sané independent as well as Baye Si Saw so ñoom ñoo fa nekk see ñu génnee liste bi ñu gën a spread out liste bi bu West Coast seet am nga Ibrahima JS Sané Baye Si Saw Yankuba Dabo Saliou Diallo Jenaba Ba Sidi Serif Cissé bu NPP Ahmad Mukhtar Cham ak Yankuba Baro kon ñu seet Kerewaan tam ñëwaangut ñu seet Kerewaan ñeneenti nit ñoo bokkoon si jongante bi ci tàmbale gi bokka ci Abdoulaye Diallo Papa Tunkara Malamin AL Bojang ak Babou Kebe waaye Abdoulaye Diallo bu GDC moom tamit dafa noppaleku bokkul si jongante bi demoon na IEC nangu nomination am waaye bu mu demee ba carte bi balaa mu am rek mu ne moom bokkatut so IEC ñu ne ko amul problème yow mun ngaa noppalu kon moom dafa noppaleku kon ñetta ñoo fa des Papa Tunkara NPP Malamin AL Bojang mi nga xam ne moo toogoon si toogu bi moom it mu ngi seek re-election maanaam mu ngi utaat toogu bi ak kii di Babou Kebe suñ fa jógee ñu demaat si beneen council quickly amaatuñ time bu bari ñu seet Janjanbureh area council am nañ fa 4 people muy ñeneenti nit Haruna Bari moom GDC la Suleiman Sawane NPP Malik Sow UDP ak Alaji AS Boy independent ñoom ñoo nekk di jongante toogu mu nekk Janjanbureh Area Council Janjanbureh Area Council mu ngi Central River Region foofu ñaari
Chairman of the Independent Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the town of 28th May 2013 for Basse Area Council is as follows. Mamadou Cisse, NPP, 28,902 votes, 28902. For Danjo, UDP, 8,947 votes, 8947. Alaji Karamo Ture, Doi, 3,796 votes, 3796. There were no invalid votes. The results were confirmed by Lamin Cham, an officer in the election area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou Esar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Diba, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jame, agent for UDP, NPP, Ijetu Jallo, agent for UFA, Amina Emar Bojan, agent for PVP, Kutawa Jabang, agent for PVP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Basse Area Council's chairperson election of 20 May 2023, Mohamed Cisse has been duly elected as chairman for Basse Area Council. The date 20 May 2023, signed Alam Manjai, chairman.
Here are the results for the Basse Area Council chairmanship as declared by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. Mahamadou Cisse, NPP, 28,902 votes, 28902. Fode Danjo, UDP, 8,947 votes, 8947. Alhaji Karamo Ture, PDOIS, 3,796 votes, 3796. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Lamin Cham, returning officer in the Basse administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Mamadou A. Sarr, agent for UDP, Ibrahima Diba, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jamme, agent for NPP, Ijatu Jallo, agent for GFA, Aminata M.R. Bajan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jabang, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Basse Area Council's chairperson's election of 20th May 2023, Mahamadou Cisse has been duly elected as chairman for Basse Area Council, dated 20th May 2023, and signed by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission.
The results. I, Elumanjai, Chairman of the Independent Commission, hereby give notice that the number of votes cast, votes given to each candidate in the chairman election of 28 May 2020 and of Janjanbureh Area Council is as follows. Haruna Bari, GDC, 2,614 votes, 2614. Alaji S. Boy, Independent, 1,458 votes, 1458. Suleiman Sawane, NPP 11,924 votes, 11924. Malik Sow, UDP 8,225 votes, 8225. There were no invalid votes. This was certified by Amadou Tal, ruling officer in the administrative area. This was witnessed and endorsed by Modu A. Sar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Duba, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jame, agent for NPP, Ijetu Diallo, agent for GFA, Aminata Sar, Aminata MR Bayan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jaban, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Employee Council's Chairperson election of 28 May 2023, Suleiman Sawane has been duly elected as Chairman of the Employee Council. Dated 28 May, signed Ayman Jai, Chairman.
Here are the results for the Janjanbureh Area Council chairmanship as declared by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. Haruna Bari, GDC, 2,614 votes, 2614. Alhaji A.S. Boy, Independent, 1,458 votes, 1458. Suleiman Sawane, NPP, 11,924 votes, 11924. Malik Sow, UDP, 8,225 votes, 8225. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Ahmadu Tal, returning officer in the Janjanbureh administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Momodu A. Sar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Diba, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jamme, agent for NPP, Ijatu Jallo, agent for GFA, Aminata M.R. Bajan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jabang, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Janjanbureh Area Council's chairperson elections of 20th May 2023, Suleiman Sawane has been duly elected as chairman for Janjanbureh Area Council, dated 20th May 2023 and signed by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission.
Declaration of results. I, Ayman Jai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the chairman election of 28 May 2023 for Kuntawur Area Council is as follows. Sehu Jawara, NPP, 13,681 votes, 13681. Abdullah Keita, GFA, 1,227 votes, 1227. Alaj SB Silla, UDP, 10,365 votes, 10365. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Ahmadu Tal, an officer in the Janjanbureh administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Modu Esar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Diba, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jame, agent for NPP, Ijatu Jallo, agent for GFA, Aminata M.R. Bayan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jabang, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kuntawur Area Council's chairperson election of 28 May 2023, Sehu Jawara has been duly elected as chairman for Kuntawur Area Council. Dated 28 May 2023, signed Ayman Jai, Chairman.
Here are the results for the Kuntawur Area Council chairmanship. as declared by the Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. Sehu Jawara, NPP, 13,681 votes, 13681. Abdullah Keta, GFA, 1,227 votes, 1227. Alhaji SB Silla, UDP, 10,365 votes, 10365. There was one invalid vote. The results were certified by Ahmadu Tal, returning officer in the Janjambure administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Momodu A. Sar, agent for UDP, Ibrahima Diba, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Sabali, agent for NPP, Lamin Jamba Jamme, agent for NPP, Ijatu Jallo, agent for GFA, Aminata M.R. Bajan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jabang, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kuntaur Area Council's chairperson's elections of 20th May 2023, Sehu Jawara has been duly elected as chairman for Kuntaur Area Council, dated the 20th May 2023 and signed by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, sir. So that's it for now, and we'll keep you posted as results trickle in. Thank you very much.
Kotenke kabo Gambia television aning radio la bundato en si risoltol futandalma ngamen soto nyin tembola me alon ko leketa masakundaren carte fayoti sibiti lungola me karoti muango Gambia banko kanjang e comme ale risoltol moy nyamen e sirantiyo ya kankula nyamen e mbitali Kuntaur area council ibafala me Sehu Jawara NPP le ya londi carte kese wili tang anin saba carte kese keme woro carte kese tensei anin killing Sehu Jawara Kuntaur area council NPP le ya londi carte kese wili tang anin saba carte kese keme woro tensei anin killing Abdullah Keta GFA wala ya londi carte kese wili killing carte kese keme fula carte kese muang anin woro wula Abdullah Keta GFA wala ya londi carte kese wili killing carte kese keme fula carte kese muang ani worawula Alhaji SB Silla UDP le ya londi carte kese wili tang carte kese keme saba carte kese taworo ani lulu Alhaji SB Silla UDP le ya londi Kuntaur Area Council carte kese wili tang keme saba taworo ani lulu Coming atelea adonyol bedan carte wala woto ibafala meye Sehu Jawara NPP melondi atele gagneta pour kake sirantioti Kuntaur Area Council nimbodali woto nsitali Janjambure Area Council Haruna Bari GDC le alondi carte kese wili fula carte kese keme woro carte kese tang ani nani Haruna Bari GDC carte kese wili fula keme woro tang ani nani ay wole soto Alhaji AS Boy independent candidate carte kese wili killing carte kese keme nani carte kese talulu ani sei ay wole soto Suleiman Sawane NPP le alondi carte kese wili tang ani killing carte kese keme kononto muang ani nani ay wole soto Suleiman Sawane NPP carte kese wiltanding killing keme kononto muang ani nani ay wala soto. Malik Sow UDP Lea Londi carte kese Willy Sey carte kese keme fula carte kese muang ani lulu ay wala soto. Malik Sow UDP carte kese Willy Sey carte kese keme fula carte kese muang ani lulu ay wala soto. Woto komeng aya donyol be dan carte kese wala nyameng e ibafala meye Suleiman Sawane NPP Lea Londi atele gagneta pour kake sirantieti Janjambure Area Council meya signa wala musirantieti Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Momar Njai nimbotali yoto nsitali Basse Area Council ikafo meye Muhammadu Sise NPP Lea Londi carte kese wili muwannin sey keme konondo ani carte kese fula ay wala soto. Muhammadu Sise NPP Lea Londi carte kese wili muwannin sey carte kese keme konondo carte kese fula ay wala soto. Fode Danjo UDP Lea Londi carte kese wili sey carte kese keme konondo carte kese tannani ani worowula ay wala soto. Fode Danjo UDP carte kese wili sey carte kese keme konondo carte kese tannani ani worowula ay wala soto. Alhaji Karamo Toure PDOIS wala doy wala ya londi carte kese wili saba carte kese keme worowula tan konondo ani woro ay wala soto. Alhaji Karamo Toure PDOIS wala doy wala ya londi carte kese wili saba keme worowula tan konondo ani woro ay wala soto. Komeng aya donyol dan carte kese wala nyameng ibafala meye Muhammadu Sise NPP atele gagneta pour kake sirantieti Basse Area Council meya signa wala musirantieti Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Momar Njai ala baraka.
jërëjëf Ibrahima Sané bokk yi ba tey rek ñu ngi ànd ak yéen ci wote bi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko doon def di xaccoo mbiri nguur gu ndaw gi ci wàlli mayo ak chairmanship kon fi mu nekk nii dañoo dem ci Kuntawur Area Council results yi ci wote bi ñu doon def ni ki démb rek ci samedi ji nii la tëddee Sehu Jawara NPP ñoo ko taxawal am na fukki junne karta yu teg ñetti junne karta ak juróom benn téeméer ak juróom ñetti fukki karta ak ñett. Sehu Jawara NPP parti ñoo ko taxawal fukki junne karta yu teg ñetti junne karta ak juróom benn téeméer ak juróom ñetti fukki karta ak benn. Abdoulaye Keita GFA ñoo ko taxawal am na junne karta ñaar téeméer ak ñaar fukki karta ak juróom ñaar. Abdoulaye Keita GFA ñoo ko taxawal am na junne karta ak ñaar téeméeri karta ak ñaar fukki karta ak juróom ñaar. Alhaji SB Silla UDP ñoo ko taxawal am na fukki junne karta ñetti téeméer ak juróom benn fukki karta ak juróom. Alhaji SB Silla UDP ñoo ko taxawal am na fukki junne karta ñetti téeméer ak juróom benn fukki karta ak juróom. kon nag kii ñu xamee Seeku Jawara moom moo leen ëppale ay karta ci wote biñ doon def te it moom moo gagné siis boobu nga xam ne ñu ngi ko doon xaccoo di chairman bu Kuntawur Area Council. lii nag ki ko signé gaaral ko mooy borom kër bu bunti liggéeykaay bi saytu mbiri wote ak kontem karta ci réew mi di chairman Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Alieu Momar Njie. ñu ñëw ci Janjambure Area Council. Janjambure Area Council results yi ni la tëddee Haruna Bari GDC ñoo ko taxawal am na ñaari junne karta juróom benn téeméer ak fukki karta ak ñeent. Haruna Bari GDC ñoo ko taxawal am na ñaari junne karta juróom benn téeméer ak fukki karta ak ñeent. Alhaji AS Boy independent candidate la moom taxaw ci benn parti boppam la taxawal moom am na junne karta ñeenti téeméer ak juróom fukki karta ak juróom ñett. Alhaji AS Boy independent candidate moom taxaw ci benn parti moom boppam la taxawal moom am na junne karta ñeenti téeméer ak juróom fukki karta ak juróom ñett. Souleymane Sawane NPP ñoo ko taxawal am na fukki junne karta ak benn junne karta ak juróom-ñeenti téeméer ak ñaar fukki karta ak ñeent. Souleymane Sawane NPP fukki junne karta ak benn junne karta ak juróom-ñeenti téeméer ak ñaar fukki carte ak ñeent Malick Sow UDP ñoo ko taxawal moom am na juróom-ñetti junne carte ñaar téeméer ak ñaar fukki carte ak juróom Malick Sow UDP juróom-ñetti junne carte ñaar téeméer ak ñaar fukki carte ak juróom kon nag ku ñu xamee Souleymane Sawane moom moo leen ëppale ay carte ci yi ñu sànni te koy nit moom moo gagné siis boobu di chairman Janjanbureh Area Council li nag ki ko signé gaaral ko mooy borom kër buntu liggéeykaay bi saytu mbiri wote ak kontem carte yi ci réew mi di chairman Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Alieu Momar Njie ben tey ci wote bi rek ñu ñëw ci Basse Area Council Basse Area Council risol si nii la tëddee Mahamadou Cissé NPP ñoo ko taxawal am na ñaar fukki junne karta yu teg juróom-ñetti junne karta ak juróom-ñeenti téeméer ak ñaari karta Mahamadou Cissé NPP ñaar fukki junne karta ak juróom-ñetti junne karta ak juróom-ñeenti téeméer ak ñaari karta Fodé Danjo UDP ñoo ko taxawal moom am na juróom-ñetti junne karta ak juróom-ñeenti téeméer ak ñeent fukki karta ak juróom-ñaar Fodé Danjo UDP juróom-ñetti junne karta ak juróom-ñeenti téeméer ak ñeent fukki karta ak juróom-ñaar Alaaji Karamo Touré PDOIS ñu bari di ko wax doy moom ñoo ko taxawal ñetti junne karta juróom-ñaar téeméer ak juróom-ñeent fukki karta ak juróom-benn Alaaji Karamo Touré PDOIS ñu bari ne ko doy ñoom ñoo ko taxawal ñetti junne karta ak juróom-ñaar téeméer ak juróom-ñeent fukki karta ak juróom-benn loolu la am kon nag ku ñu xamee Mahamadou Cissé ci parti NPP moom moo ëppale ay karta yi ñu sànni te kon nag moo gagné it siis boobu ñu doon xaccoo di chairman Basse Area Council li nag ki ko dëggal wéral ko mooy borom kër yi buntu liggéeykaay bi saytu mbiri wote ak kontem karta yi ci réew mi di chairman Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Alieu Momar Njie Sidiba
jarama Abdoulaye Thiam musidal yimɓe Gambia ha joni rek minen sengo limde carte ɗe oɗo wote laamu togosi baɗɗo hanki aseto joni en jat toon to tundu Janjanbureh to woni to Janjanbureh administrative area biyeteɗo Sehu Jawara mbo parti NPP darne o heeɓi carte ujunaje 13 capanɗe jeetati e goho Sehu Jawara mbo parti NPP o heeɓi carte ujunaje 13 capanɗe jeetati e goho Abdoulaye Keita mbo parti GFA darni o heeɓi carte ujunnere 220 Abdoulaye Keita mbo parti GFA o heeɓi carte ujunnere 220 Alhaji SB Silla mbo parti UDP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunaje 10 capanɗe jeego e joyi Alhaji SB Silla mbo parti UDP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunaje 10 capanɗe jeego e joyi nden noon Sehu Jawara mbo parti NPP o darni o kam gagni toon to tundu Kuntawur Area Council to kam woni toon e chairman ciñɗo ɗum ɗon woni chairman mbo Independent Electoral Commission IEC Alhaji Alieu Momar Njie joni jenten to Janjanbureh Area Council to biyeteɗo Haruna Bari mbo parti GDC darni heeɓi carte ujunaje 214 Haruna Bari mbo parti GDC o darni o heeɓi carte ujunaje 214 biyeteɗo Alhaji AS Boy ko independent candidate ko daraniɗo hoore mum o heeɓi carte ujunnere 4 capanɗe joyi e jeetati Souleymane Sawane mbo parti NPP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunaje 11 924 Souleymane Sawane parti NPP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunaje 11 924 Malick Sow mbo parti UDP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunaje 7 Malick Sow mbo parti UDP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunaje 7 nden noon e biyeteɗo Souleymane Sawane mo parti NPP o darni to Janjanbureh Area Council kam gagni toon to ɗum ɗon tundu ciñɗo ɗum ɗon yo gonɗi ɗon woni chairman mo Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Alieu Momar Njie joni jen toon to Basse Area Council to biyeteɗo Mamadou Cissé mo parti NPP o darni o heɓi carte ujunnaje nogase jeetati temedde jeenayi e carte ɗiɗi. Mamadou Cissé mo parti NPP o darni o heɓi carte ujunnaje nogase jeetati temedde jeenayi e carte ɗiɗi. Fodé Daño mo parti UDP o darni heɓi carte ujunnaje jeetati temedde jeenayi e capanɗe nayi e jeeɗiɗi. Fodé Daño mo parti UDP o darni heɓi carte ujunnaje jeetati temedde jeenayi e capanɗe nayi e jeeɗiɗi. Alaji Karamo Touré mo parti PDOIS darni woni doyi heɓi carte ujunnaje tati temedde jeeɗiɗi e capanɗe jeenayi e jeegoo. Alaji Karamo Touré mo parti PDOIS darni woni doyi temedde jeeɗiɗi e capanɗe jeenayi e jeegoo. Nden noon Mamadou Cissé mo parti NPP o darni ko kam gañi toon to Basse Area Council. Cindo ɗum ɗon woni chairman mo Independent Electoral Commission IEC Alaji Aliou Mamar Ndiaye. Jarama Yasin.
Bukanoli hani be nye ula koko de pinei nya punuja be mofameti Kuntawru Area Council. Namanku isenelu meno Sehu Jawara NPP kujumeno na baba jukarta woni siwili sonu nyendi si feji cheme soni futok di yekon bukan kubachi di yekon. Abdoulaye Keita patieti GFA kujumeno wili yekon cheme sigaba kabanandi futok di sigaba yona bajmi. Alaji SB Silla patieti UDP na baba siwili soni unyen cheme si feji bukan ku feji di futok ukarta kila ona bajum. Oto ujaja bedi Kuntawru Area Council ume ankoni mi Sehu Jawara o angarumi e jungutei be kalakoto disimito se futokei de kan chairman Kuntawru Area Council amangen mukana me banna singe oino mi arunga eti IEC Alaji Ali Mamarinjai. Upura jato punuja bedi Janjambure Area Council ume ankone mi Haruna Bari patieti GDC kujumeno na baba jukarta woni siwili sigaba sistema futok di yekon unyandi sibachi. Alaji AS Boy fuko na jume wili yekon sistema sibachi bukan kugaba butinken disi feji. Suleiman Sawane NPP kujumeno siwili soni unyandi yekon sistema soni futok disi bachi kabanandi si bachi ukata kila wana bajumi. Malik Sow patieti UDP kujumeno siwili soni futok disi feji cheme sigaba kabanandi futok ukata kila wana bajumi. Oto ujaja bedi Janjambure Area Council ume ankone mi Suleiman Sawane o angami e jungutei na mankuisa nelumeno asinge mi banda mangen mukana mukila ono mi Alaji Aliou Mamar Njai, chairman IEC. Puroja puja bedi mufameti Basse Area Council. Muhammadu Cissé NPP kujumeno na baba ukata woni civili soni kabanan futok disi feji cheme soni futok disi bachi ukata ugaba. Fodé Danjo UDP kujumeno na baba ukata woni siwili soni futok disi feji si cheme soni futok disi bachi bukan kugaba futok disi gaba. Alaji Karamo Touré patieti PDOIS kajupe kone idoi siwili si feji si cheme futok disi gaba bukan kubachi butinken futok di yekon. Oto ujaja be Basse Area Council ume ankone Muhammadu Cissé Basse Area Council o angarum ete jungutei amangenu mukana ume banna singe onom Alaji Aliou Mamar Njai, chairman Independent Electoral Commission.
Nuwari siri Yasin maremu harsa ona karanga ti IEC gol nyanka gorenye birambe na continue di takaranga angatu nanti kebe kanya man sakunda tuguna ngutenga kengani Mayoral ndo chairman ngutenga ona a jopana karanga nokubega ti Kuntawru Area Council Sehu Jawara NPP gara sigindi ada wujunu tamido siko kamotu mi tanchegero kuchu hunjubane Abdoulaye Keita GFA gara sigindi ujune kamo hilli tampilo ko chunjunyeri alaji BS sila UDP gara sigindi ujunu tammi kamo siki tan numero ko chunju karagi ken nogondi selebe gara gagné pokore ndabarti nokobegani kuntawru area council kengani sehu jawara ayani chairman ngati kentundwa harsade mare muti continue yiri ganden karanga nokobegani janjambure area council kengani haruna bari GDC gara sigindi ujunu hilli kamo tummi ko chunju tambiro nakato alaji AS Mboy independent candidate nyani ala ujune kamo naga tankara ko chunju sege akita Suleiman Sawane NPP gara sigindi ujunu tamido bane kamo kabi tampilo ko chunju nakati Malik So UDP gara sigindi ujunu segi kamo hilli tampilo ko chunju karagi kendi selebe gara gagné poko den dabari ti janjambure area council kay Kenya no Suleiman Sawane ayanda nya chairman ayanda gagné dabari kebe gara kesinya Kenya chairman nga IAC ari momoro njay harsa onre ngana ti basse area council kebe ganya anga don to continue no girudo ngano do ko ganya na immanki nga basse area council na maraka ko kada gidi Mohamed Sise NPP gara sigindi tampilero ujunu segi kamo kabi ko junju hilli for the danjo UDP gara sigindi ujunu segi kamo kabi tan nagadaro ko chunchu nyeri alhaji karamo ture doy parti gara sigindi ujunu siki kamo nyeri tan kabelo ko chunchu tummi kendi serbe gara gagné poko lenda barti kentundo aga marine ti basse area council kenyani Mohamed Sise mare mu kanya continue nga angatu nandi kebe gara sinya ni itongondi kenyani chairman ngati IEC kenyani Aliou Momoro Njai kenno gonda to ko sikotana birambe gonjenna interinke bakka chairman nga kunno kuno wadno ra ko do mi wo ke ko inshallah kan wadi
Once again, welcome back to our studios along MDI Road in Kanifing. We already have three additional results for that matter. So we have 5 results done and dusted, and 3 more to go. But before we move on to our next topic of discussion, I want us to turn our attention to our able statistician, Mr. Baba Suare, to interpret the 3 results that we received so far for us. Starting with URR. We had URR, Janjambure, and Kuntau. So you can start with URR.
Okay, thank you very much, Krablai. The results from URR shows that we had 3 candidates that contested for the chairmanship sheet. Now, the 3 candidates, first of all, the total number of registered voters in the Basse administrative area or the Basse local government area is 118,210. That is the total number of registered voters. Now, the total votes cast was 41,645 votes cast. This means that the 3 candidates, if you pull their votes together, it totals 41,645. That is the NPP candidate pulled 28,902. The DOI candidate 3,796, and the UDP candidate 8,947. The 3 together totaled 41,645. This, in percentage terms, amounts to 35.2% of the total registered voters. In other words, the voter turnout is 35.2%. Only 35% of the total votes in that administrative area were actually casted. So we have seen a drop in the voter turnout in the Basse administrative area or the Basse local government area. Now, looking at the performance of the individual candidates, now the NPP candidate pulled 28.9%.
Okay.
Sorry, 69.4% of the total votes cast. He pulled 69.4% of the 41,645. Okay? His total votes of 28,902, okay, translates to 69.4%. Okay? So he pulled 69.4%. Now the DOI candidate pulled 9.1% of the votes cast, and the UDP candidate pulled 21.5% of the votes cast. So this is the situation in Basse,
Very well.
as we have it from the IEC. Okay.
We now look at Janjanbureh.
Now going to Janjanbureh. Now Janjanbureh, here we had 4 candidates that contested the seat. A total of 68,742 registered voters were in Janjanbureh. And of this, the total number of votes cast was 24,221. That is to say, the 4 candidates altogether pooled 24,221. The GDC candidate pooled 2,614 votes. The NPP candidate 11,924 votes. The UDP candidate 8,225, and the independent candidate 1,458. The 4 pooled together adds to 24,221. This, in terms of voter turnout, is equivalent to 35.2%. So again, another drop in the voter turnout.
Very well.
Low voter turnout again in Janjanbureh. Now the individual candidates, in terms of percentages, the GDC candidate pulled 10.8% of the votes cast. The NPP candidate 49.2%. The UDP candidate 34%, and the independent candidate 6%. Okay, so this is again the situation in Janjanbureh. Now we turn to Kuntao. Within the Kuntao local government area, there were 50,864 registered voters. Now, the total number of votes cast in this election is 25,274. This translates to a voter turnout of 49.7%. 49.7%. Now, the 3 candidates, the NPP candidate pooled 54.5% of the votes cast. The GFA candidate pooled 4.9% of the votes cast, and the UDP candidate, the UDP candidate pooled 41.0%. So 54.5% 1% for the NPP candidate, 4.9% for the GFA candidate, and 41% for the UDP candidate. So this is again the situation in Kuntao
area council.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Suare. And viewers, there you have it. That's the interpretation of the 3 results that we've had so far. Now it's time for some political history. We are going back to our historian, Mr. Hasum Sise. There was a time in the Gambia, in the First Republic, to be specific, when serving National Assembly members, then called as members of the parliament, would be appointed as ministers. A system we call parliamentary democracy. And that eventually changed to the current system. That's the presidential or the executive form of system of democracy. Can you take us through memory lane?
Well, the 1996 constitution,
97.
Well, 97. It's almost impossible to get the date.
Exactly.
Voted in 96, but
right.
Came into force in 97. Yes, but what it did, what made it, stand out as far as the previous constitutions they are concerned, is the fact that previously you can be a sitting member of parliament, as they were called, MPs, and at the same time be in the cabinet.
Exactly.
Okay. And in fact that was why in the First Republic you had MPs elected, also becoming ambassadors, holding the 2 positions at the same time. Like Sif Diba was a good example. I mean, when he lost his cabinet portfolios, he was appointed as our first ambassador to Brussels, and he maintained his parliamentary seat, and other MPs also, like Alaji Musa Dabo, and so on, did that. But also, you could be in the First Republic an MP and be a parliamentary secretary, and then also later like a cabinet minister. So there was this, if you like, accumulation of political experience, access to resources also, because if you were a minister, you headed you had a portfolio. You could do, pork barrel politics. You can take, projects to your constituency, and in fact, some of the First Republic politicians, who really became very, very, powerful, and very successful, like the late OJ, like Alaji Asise in Jara, they were able to really use that accumulation of the parliamentary portfolio and the cabinet portfolio, to really do like a lot of things for their people, and also it gave them political clout. It made them very, very powerful politically. But you will see that when it was removed, those who jubilated said, well, we are now having separation of powers, such that you cannot be in the legislative arm of government and also be in the executive arm of government. But I think what we did was more of the parliamentary system at the time. Okay, we copied what happened, for example, in the UK, where you can be like an honorable MP, and also be in the cabinet. But what makes it even more interesting was that at the time, well, for most of this period in the First Republic, the MPs were mostly people who didn't have who haven't attained a significant amount of Western education. The first generation of politicians, yes, and maybe But when they were appointed to cabinet, also, they performed very well. You have people like Sirif Sisi, who was a very, very successful finance minister, for example. So it was a system that was very interesting, and then really it helped to entrench, the PPP, because you had MPs who were also ministers. They had resources, they had the executive power, and they were able to entrench, to sort of strengthen, the ruling party. And maybe that's one reason why the PPP, was in power for so long. Yes.
And I'm also tempted to say that it is.
If I may come in here, because though it has its advantages, but political analysts may argue that it falls short of meeting one of the tenets of my principle of democracy, that's checks and balances, because he's serving at the same time as a parliamentarian and a minister. So these are talking points.
Obviously, it becomes quite conflicting within the realm of separation of powers, or at times we call it the rule of law. And I guess, obviously, you cannot rule that out, because as a parliamentarian, there are certain rules that are assigned to you, ascribed to you, and part of that is to engender laws and also to checkmate the power of the governorship, just so we do not get to experience what political scientists would at times call the Leviathan, the self-seeking monster. So the reason, I guess, why we have democratic institutions like parliament is to tame and cage the powers of the executive, just so they do not over-exercise their powers. And of course, I can only imagine, having a system that existed at the time where their roles overlapped and one could serve in different positions concurrently. So it was really something that I would say wouldn't be viable today, and clearly out of touch, given how our interests diverge and differ in what we are experiencing today in the Second Republic. But as he rightly mentioned, it clearly does not resonate with the principle of separation of powers. And I guess that is really key in governance, because once powers are, once there is separation of powers, then you get to ensure that there is a smooth governance, and also you get to ensure that people do not get to encroach on the rights of other individuals. And of course, it also ensures that the governorship doesn't over-exercise their powers, and also is monitored throughout these processes. And I guess monitoring is really important.
It's important.
Yeah.
It's key. It's key. That's why
Yes, I wanted to add that. In fact, in the First Republic, this accumulation of parliamentary and executive power, we went to some grotesque levels. I'll just give one example. For example, the Justice Minister at the time, M.L. Saho, he was the Attorney General and Justice Minister. Therefore, he was like the judiciary. He was also an MP, for one of the constituencies in Banjul, and then of course, like he sat in cabinet also. So you can imagine somebody like M.L. Saho, the amount of power, that he must have, had at the time. But we should also give some charity to the First Republic on that, because even though you had, all these, powers, be concentrated, in one person, parliamentary powers and executive powers, but the backbenchers, because then the MPs, then we used to have like 32, 33 MPs, and then you will have like 12 ministers, and then maybe 6 parliamentary secretaries. So at any one time, more than half of the PPP MPs will be in the cabinet. But the other half that was not in cabinet, usually they became a very, very effective, check to their,
to the powers.
Yes,
powers
yes, to their colleagues, who are in cabinet. In fact, if you go through the, Hansard, of those days, you'll be impressed that it was, PPP MPs who posed the most, challenging, the most, difficult questions, to their colleagues who are ministers. You see, so I think, that also has to be noted. The backbenchers did, their work very well. Though they were in the same party, but usually they offered a very, very strong, sort of riposte, to their colleagues in cabinet. Particularly if you look at the questions that they posed, during, adjournment debates or question time in parliament. Yes.
Interesting. Well, it's all about reflecting on the Gambia's political path. All this is to showcase the fact that, especially to the young ones, that like rightly mentioned earlier on, Gambia has gone far in democratic dispensation. Now we are always talking about democracy, the elephant in the house, and people tend to misconstrue what democracy is all about.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Jallo, I want us to go through the basics, the basic principles of democracy. Is democracy limited to mere elections? Because whenever you talk about democracy, people will say free and fair elections, but I know democracy goes beyond that.
Yeah, I guess in that regard, it is misrepresented. When you talk about democracy, of course, the basic sense would be a system in which all qualified adult citizens share the supreme power directly or through their elected representative. And by that, I meant to say that there is direct democracy as practiced, in Greece at the time. And also indirect democracy, which is representative democracy. And I guess that is the Gambian model. That is what is being practiced here. But like you said, often when we talk about the concept of democracy, we get to narrow it
to
elections and electioneering, to regular and periodic election. But it goes beyond that. And freedom of association, for instance, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech are all a part of the democratic credentials. And of course, the universal adult suffrage, that is being able to vote and to be voted for. And we are reputed as being quite a democratic country, because in 1957, when Ghana attained self-determination or independence, they call it, and we saw Tanzania as well as other countries moving towards one-party authoritarian regime. Even in our own backyard, where we had Leopold Sédar Senghor, they were all headed to one-party system. And this was premised on, sometimes called pretext, that they wanted to unify their people at the time. So the most ideal practice was to resort to one-party state. Scholars would at times do with one-party authoritarian regimes. But instead of us following the crowd, we pivoted and moved towards democratization. Sadao, the champion in it, and we went into 1970, attained Republican status, and in the 80s, of course, we started the presidential system. So we're quite recognized for this practice, and I guess Gambians understand the concept because they've been voting, as Uncle had said, for quite some time now, close to 90 years. We are headed to a century of voting. But as you said, often we narrow the concept to elections and electioneering. We always want to define it within that context, and I guess even these issues that I've mentioned, which talks about freedom of expression, is a part of democracy, because that is why when it is time to converse votes, your right to express your ideas, your programs is guaranteed under the constitution. So that forms part of democracy, and this freedom of assembly or association is also a very integral part of democracy, because even when we converge to sell our programs as people aspiring for a certain position or public office, it is a part of the credentials of democracy. So all of these things, when summed up together, defines democracy in practice. But often, like you said, it is narrow, and we as civil society and researchers should be the one championing that adventure to kind of demystify these myths and of course bring about clarity.
And sensitize people more on the basic tenets of democracy.
I mean, if I may comment.
Okay, I'll come to you, Babu.
I'm talking about demystifying democracy. I think the proliferation of the political parties is one way of demystifying it and making democracy rich. I mean, every citizen. This is why I still hold that, as we speak, I think the Gambia's, democratic system is the best in the world.
It's supposed to be right.
Oh yes. I mean, we should all be proud of that. Because the more political parties, you have, the less likely, for dictatorship. Because it becomes almost impossible for any one party to win an election, without the help, of other parties. And even now, in this country, people are saying that anybody who wants to, win power here will have to work.
It has to through a coalition.
Either through a coalition,
So we've already seen the example
or through
in
a tactical
2016.
alliance, or through a merger or something of that sort. So the more political parties we have, the less, possibility of having like a dictatorship. Okay. Now another reason why our democracy is very strong is that we have, our political elite should be commended because they have a culture of accepting the election results. And I think that also is, a Gambian, exceptionalism, if you want. They campaign, voting day comes, the results are announced, the losers, will accept, and look forward to another 5 years. I think that also is one characteristic of our, a multi-party democratic system, which is, really, like a source of pride. Like we should be a source of pride to all of us. And finally, also, like another characteristic, of our democratic, experience, has to do with the fact that in the past 70-something years, almost every, we have experimented, our political elite have experimented with almost every type, of ideology. Yeah, I told about, the Reverend J.C. Faye,
Exactly.
And how his policies were, very close to what the Christian Democrats, ideology is. We have had people like Jahumpa.
Gambia Muslim
today
Congress.
you will call them Islamists. Today in today's
Yes,
language,
yes.
although in those days, the word didn't exist. We have had socialists. We have had parties with Marxist-Leninist. Ideology. We even had in the 60s, anarchists. Yes, because you had all of these.
Stateless.
Yeah, a lot of these, underground or subterranean
Movements.
Movements, who believe in nothing but breaking the state, and making the state useless, and allowing people to, to be, their own state, and so on. Anarchists. You see, the PPP, started much like a green movement. Okay, maybe today what you call the Green Party.
The Green Party in US.
Because the PPP in the early days put so much emphasis on agriculture and the rural communities. You see, so I think we have really, our political elite also have been, have had the wisdom, to really experiment, with all sorts of ideologies, and that has also enriched, our political history.
We have a lot to be proud of. I know the importance of bringing some of these issues bare, especially for the young ones. It is that, there are a lot of things that they should be proud of as far as the Gambia is concerned. And talking about the strides that we made so far as democracy is concerned, I now want us to look at the councils. We are talking about area council elections. But I know it started somewhere. But even before coming to that, I just wanted to add on to what you have just said, that the Gambia has ever been unique in things that we do. You spoke about the first class heads of African countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of them settled down for one-party system. But they did not just stop there, but even they went ahead to choose a national language. I remember reading somewhere when Leopold Sedar Senghor came to power, he was the one who chose the Wolof language to become their national language. But Sadar was asked about the same thing, but because of his inclination towards democracy, he said all languages are equal. I think that's the genesis of what we are experiencing today. Whatever is said in English, it has to be translated in Mandinka, in almost all the local languages. I think that's something also we should be proud of.
Of course, I think we need to give credit where it is due. And verily, there is always this discourse about the then Republic and the Second Republic. And for some of us who haven't witnessed much about what happened in the past, often we get to side with what we've experienced growing up. So I would say most of my equals are not a fan of Sadauda, given what we've got to learn, what we've heard about issues of malpractice, about issues of mismanagement of funds, but to be honest, when it relates to democratic credentials and its practice and its propagation in this country, I guess he's outperformed all heads of state that we've ever had here. And of course, even with this idea of devolving powers to component regional units, we must give credit to ex-President Jammeh that he was the one that promulgated it into law. Decentralization in the early 2000s. But before then, there was the system was in existence, and it was looming, of course. It was not until in 2002 or 2004 that it was passed into law. And the idea behind it was to make decisions faster, and of course to achieve uniform development. Because when powers are centralized within the executive, it makes it very difficult for development to reach those that are living in the hinterland.
Exactly. In fact,
protectorate.
We'll come to that later on in the discussion.
Okay.
The importance of decentralization and devolution of power. I want us to start with the history of councils. I understand that there was a time even KMC was a sub-council under the Brikama Area Council. This idea of having councils, 7 administrative regions in the country started somewhere. I want Mr. Cisse to take us through.
Well, yes. I just want to start from where he left off. Really, what we have seen so far in tonight, at least with 2 of the councils, going to the opposition. In the First Republic, there was never a time that the PPP lost control of any council. Okay?
Interesting.
To any opposition party. In the Second Republic also, there was never a time that the APRC lost any council to any opposition party. They lost to independence, once or twice. So I think what we are now seeing will also really help us to further strengthen, the give and take that has always characterized our democratic experience. Because, for example, I mean, from 2019 to 2022, the party in power really had to work its way through the legislative, arm of government, because they didn't have, like enough, MPs. But you can see, it went well.
Exactly.
Through negotiations and dialogue. I do not know of any bill that the government sent and could not, pass through. Even though the majority of the MPs, were, belonging to opposition parties. So I think this is also something to be proud of.
Commendable, yeah.
Because in other countries,
They would have been living hell for the
we cannot name them.
Yeah.
But usually when that happens, what the president does, is to prorogue, parliament or even dissolve it.
Exactly.
You see, but you can see here from 2019 to 2022, the government had a minority of seats in the parliament, but it was able, to negotiate, discuss, dialogue, until all the, bills that they sent, passed through. And I think that is the way forward, even, with the local government also. Where you have like a mayor or a chairman, belonging to the opposition, and maybe the councillors, belong to the ruling party. So there, it means there has to be dialogue. There has to be give and take. The masla has to come. And this is really, what has characterized, our democracy, since the 1950s. Dialogue, mergers, coalitions, alliances, just to make sure that the Gambian people, come out on top. You see. Now coming back to the local government. In 1968, what is now called the KMC was called the Kanifing Urban District Council, but it was like a sub-council under the Birkama Area Council.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the Birkama Area Council was created, in 1961-62, okay, and then it covered the entire area. We now call KMC, and we now call West Coast Region. Okay. So it was like a hyper council, very very big. So in 1968, the Minister of Local Government, A.B. Njai, thought that it was so big that it should be hyped up, and then it was created as like a sub council. Okay, so the chairman of the Kuntaur Ela Council, oversaw the running of what was then called the KUDC, the Kanifing Urban District Council, and this continued until 1990. In late 1990, the PPP government, the Minister of Local Government, Landing Jallo Sonko, sort of amended the Local Government Act to create what is today called the KMC. And the first elections took place, in the early summer of 1991. Yeah, and that was the first time that Mr. Jallo Keba Jallo was elected as the first mayor.
In fact, we had a lengthy interview with him. I'm sure we will play that.
And then Mr. James Gomez, was also elected as the first,
mayor of Banjul.
Mayor for Banjul. And when Landing Jallo Sonko was asked, by journalists, why are you now electing mayors directly instead of the old system where the councillors are elected and they will sit and select somebody from their ranks as like chairman? He said they did that every year, and it was rather unsettling, because every year the council had to meet and either renew the mandate of the guy they elected as mayor, okay, or you give it to another person. That is why if you look at the list of Banjul mayors, you see some people and they were mayor just for 1 year, okay, some just for 2 years, because every year the councillors had to renew their mandate. And some of these councillors, both at BCC and in the KUDC, were really blackmailing. They were using this, like to blackmail, the sitting chairman, and mayors. So Rani Jallo Sonko said, we will now remove the power of electing mayors from the councillors and give it directly to the people. So this was why in 1991, the first direct election for mayor in what is today called KMC, and the first direct election for mayor in what is today called BCC, took place. So that's like 32 years ago. Yes.
Interesting. Do you see history repeating itself? Like if you still look at West Coast region, is still vast. One may be tempted to think that maybe in the future it can be divided into two councils, like we have the Fonies and then as a council of its own, like what we are seeing in Janjambure and Kuntauru area council.
Well, yes, we discussed that during the council elections. I think, in fact, I don't know why a settlement like Bakau, it cannot, have its own mayor. A big settlement like Brikama, Basi.
That will help us to have more cities.
All these are settlements that can have their own mayors, and then the grassroots, development will start from there, So I know, those are some of the things that we can do to also strengthen the democracy, at the local government level, okay? Because now, these are like hyper, if you like, big, like West Coast region, sometimes you wonder, it's so big that, it looks rather unmanageable.
Exactly.
So, but I think if, some of these towns are sort of, hive of, the council, and then they are made into separate, councils, headed by mayors. That would also be another step, to strengthen, the democracy at the local government level.
Interesting. Babu, you have something to add?
Yes, I want to come in there to Mr. Jallo, considering this democracy. Hasum said we've enjoyed more than 70 years into this our democratic dispensation in the country. But democracy, is always promoted, entrenched, and consolidated by the rule of law. And considering there is a freedom of speech, a freedom of expression, association, and the rhetorics on social media, don't you think we are not taking our democracy for granted, because so much derogatory and hate speech on these social media. In the name of freedom of expression. I think more sensitization needs to be done so that we understand our democracy.
Undisputedly, I guess I've seen the rise of so many things, citizen journalism, and also the proliferation of the media and even technology with the dawn of the millennium. Of course, we all have access to even private TVs now.
Exactly.
You can use your Facebook Live or on Instagram, and you get to say your views or your thoughts.
TikTok.
So there are various mediums.
Just recently, one of the states in America banned TikTok.
Yeah.
One of them.
Of course, the discourse is still on. But I guess we wouldn't essentially blame that on democracy. Because when they said democracy, they only didn't stop at that. This pronouncement was made, and then that is why we have what we call the republic. And the republic is guided by laws. And that is why we have media laws, we have laws that guide people on how they should communicate, how they should engage with others. And even in our constitution, we have issues of the libel law is there.
Exactly.
We have the sedition law. So of course, there are laws guiding our engagement and how we relate with one another on social media, on the TV, and so many other avenues through which we communicate. So I think it would be a bit problematic if we want to attribute some of the mistakes or some of the things that we get to do and use democracy as a pretext. It's not necessarily the reason why it is in existence. I think the reason why we have democracy is to accord the republic. When I say the republic, we are making reference of the ordinary citizenry. These are the people that get to make the leadership. They're the ones that get to vote someone into public office, and of course they get to fire the individual as well. So it is not essentially there to be kind of abused by the citizenry. So the laws are there to guide the citizens on various aspects, including the usage of the media and so many other mediums. And of course, talking about the concept of democracy, you cannot strike out the rule of law. It is the absolute supremacy or predominance of law over every individual, meaning that the law is no respecter of any individual. Instead, it should be the other way around. We should be the respecters of that law. So if we are living in a democratic setting, it is only right that we get to honor the laws that are out there. Because remember, in 1997, it was the same citizens that went out to vote those laws. Those are your voices. They are your commitments. It's like more or less covenants that we get to sign at international conventions or laws that we get to ratify and domesticate. So we ought to respect these laws because they are our voices, and they are no. I think if you are serious enough to come up with an idea, and of course put it out there, and everybody gets to consider it, and there was that universal agreement, and it is passed into law. Obviously, you should be the first one respecting that. You should be the first one honoring it.
Indeed.
So democracy, I guess, the concept is often abused and also misrepresented.
Indeed, I couldn't agree with you more.
Well, yes, I mean, Karabal, I think with this social media thing, I think our democracy, will adapt. It's robust enough. I think it's supple, and elastic enough, to adapt. I don't think social media will drown, our democracy. TV didn't, drown it. GRTS TV is, how many is this year? 20 what?
25,
25, 26, 27. It has done nothing, but strengthen, our democratic experience. Make it more accountable, more transparent. So hate speech, we must condemn. Insults, we must condemn, because they have no place, in a functioning, multi-party democracy like ours. But at the same time, it is here to stay.
Exactly.
Okay. Political scientists know that at the, when democracy, as we know it today, started in the old Greek states.
Yeah.
You only had the orators. There was no radio.
Exactly.
But you had the orators. And people thought that the orators will destroy. Greek democracy.
Exactly.
Now, but they didn't. And then with the advent, of the newspaper, some people thought that the editors were too powerful. They were going to destroy democracy. But the newspaper, couldn't destroy democracy. The advent of radio, in the 1920s, they didn't destroy it. Right. The advent of TV. So I think social media also cannot destroy our democracy. Our democracy is stronger than that. What our democracy will do, I know, will be to adapt to social media. Maybe, every party will now want to exploit social media, to, to improve the chances of their party. Okay, rather than try to, destroy social media. Because it is here to stay. Yes.
It's here to stay, indeed. Talking about hate speech, derogatory remarks, castigation, brings to my mind two very important aspects of democracy. That is political socialization and political orientation.
Yeah.
You see, in the First Republic, campaigns used to be as tense as they are today. But hardly you hear people, insulting each other like the way it is happening today. Can we attribute that to our, method of political socialization, which I believe should even start at family level?
Yeah. I think, talking about socialization or getting people informed about the duties and responsibilities as sovereign citizens of a country, I think obviously it has to start from the home, because that's the first point of contact. That is where you get to have the dad, the mom, and the uncles, the aunts, if you're living in an extended household. And in one way or the other, all of these individuals or figures get to inspire the girl child or the boy child in a certain way. And I guess socialization shouldn't just be curtailed within the political context. It goes beyond that. Just educating the child about being responsible and being respectful is a part of socialization. Because I think becoming a good public servant is premised on this. If you are well trained at home, obviously when you grow up after 30, 40 years and make it to the office of the presidency or in parliament or anywhere you get to find yourself, you go there with those values. So I guess the home is very important, but of course the schools, because the school system also is here to stay. And that is why it is very much important that we have some of these things incorporated in our curriculum, and of course to teach us our Gambian values, our idiosyncrasy, what makes us distinct from other nationals or from other people elsewhere, because we have something that is worthy of being cherished. And I guess the school also plays quite a role in molding us as youngsters to becoming responsible public servants or responsible citizens. So I think if there is any clarity that I want to make is, let's not just curtail or narrowly define socialization from the political lens. It goes beyond that.
It goes beyond that. In fact, we'll come to that later on in our discussions, because I want to believe that
what you said, there's a need to also reintroduce this civic education at grassroots level, at primary level, so that people can adapt these best practices and political rebranding to rebrand our political activities and even leadership, so that it will change the narrative on social media.
I think that is also very necessary, because even what Martin Meredith would call the early dance of independence, when people were torn between communism and others moving towards liberalism, we saw African leaders choosing to settle for what we call African socialism. So we've always tried to carve out our own models. And if other nations were doing that, or other leaders, obviously we also need to see what fits within the Gambian context, what kind of serves the Gambian purpose, the Gambian agenda.
Very well, very well.
Yes. And now, I mean, when we look at the 60s, you'll see that the political elite was, the Gambian political elite was quite dynamic. They really didn't draw red lines. Okay? Like a good example, in 1960, Jahumpa's Gambian Muslim Congress Party and Reverend J.C. Fai's, the Gambia Democratic Party, came together to form like a merger, the Gambia, like the Democratic Congress Alliance, DCA. And now why did they do this? They did it because the two leaders, they believed that the only way they could curtail, the rising fortunes of the United Party of Pernjai, particularly in Batos, was for two of them to come together. So they buried, the ideological difference, because like I told you, one more look more like a Christian democratic, ideology, and the other more of like an Islamist, but they buried those, differences, so as to confront, the rising UP. Okay, now, in 1962, believe it or not, the People's Progressive Party, was into like a coalition, like an electoral, coalition with this Democratic Congress Alliance. So you had, the PPP, we champion, the rights of the rural people, the protectorate, we should, shift power, from battles, to the villages. But here they were, ready to work with an urban-based party. Okay. Now number three, a month after independence, in March 1965, the unthinkable happened because Perenjai agreed to work with Jawara. I mean, everybody was surprised, because of the, enmity, between the two men. But the country had just become independent, so both Jawara and Perenjai, believed that at least at that moment, it was good to, set aside, differences, so that the two parties can work together to give our new nation a sound footing. And there was indeed a coalition. In fact, some PPP, some UP ministers were invited into Jawara's cabinet. For example, Edin Jai, who was our MP, in Salo, joined the cabinet, as Minister of Health, on behalf of the, on behalf of the UP. Now, another very good example. Even in the Second Republic, there was a time that the APRC worked with the NCP until Sirif Dibas, became the speaker.
The speaker, yeah.
See, and then of course, I need not mention the 2016.
Exactly.
Coalition. So you will see that our political elite usually do not draw red lines. It looks like they have the wisdom of political open-mindedness. Okay, where they are, like, they open up, to other parties. To form some form of, to do some form of, coming together, to reach like a certain political goal. And I think that also has really helped to explain the peace and stability we have in this country. Yes.
Interesting. Still, I want us to elaborate more on the political socialization and orientation. We always talk about low women participation in Gambian politics, low youth participation in Gambian politics. And going by history, I think even before the colonial era, we used to have women who were rulers. So there is no problem in the Gambia here. There is no law that is restricting women from, going for public offices or going into leadership position. Likewise, the youths. So though I stand to be corrected, but I personally believe that it all boils down to the manner and the way we go about our political orientation and socialization. So that's why when I hear women saying women should be empowered, women should be given the opportunity, I said, look, for heaven's sake, nobody is denying women access to leadership in this country. But I think it has to do with our political, orientation. Am I right?
Yes. I think to an extent I will agree with you.
Okay.
That of course there are no laws which we might, or which we would call impediments that are stopping women from vying for any public office. But certainly also there are no laws that are making it quite easy for them to secure these positions. Because some couple of months back or 1 year back, we had the issue, the bill with the women quota system that got thrown out of parliament. So what I'm essentially trying to say is often we do not try to push them from behind. We're not really supportive in that regard. And of course we need to give some historical perspective here. At the time when it was really difficult to have your girl child or your boy child school, because schools were not many, it was only the boys that got prioritized over girls. And often you would hear the parents saying that at the end of the day she is headed to the husband's house. So it was with time that we started doing what we call positive discrimination, where children, females, were forced to go into school, and the state, of course, supporting them to, get Western education, and also being supported by the state. So I think it largely started from there. How we used to prioritize
the
men
education of our
or boys over the girl child had really affected them until today. But when you look at it today also, I think when it comes to even women, among women, they barely support their equals. If because I've joined some forums where some of these things are discussed, and it was these women giving accounts that when they stood for some of these positions,
That's right.
it was their fellow women that were saying, "Ki hamut boppam, wala, she doesn't even stand the chance of winning because a male was in the picture." So I think it also at times necessitates support from within. Then before you go outside there asking for support from somewhere else, it has to start from within.
Charity begins at home.
Charity begins at home, as the adage will put it. So I think, like I said, the history hasn't been really fair when it comes to the female faction of our society. But they've been really trying.
Indeed.
They've been coming forward, and I guess in one of the administrative areas we've seen a woman coming forward amidst men contesting for the position. And that is, that is quite interesting, and I guess it emboldens other women to follow her footprints. But verily, I would say it is largely affected by our history and, of course, our households and also our Gambianness. We've always prioritized men or boys over the education of girls.
It has to do with our culture.
I mean, Karbola, with the issue of youth, I think now really, the youth are in charge of politics. I think they are heavily engaged in politics now. The preponderance of independent candidates.
Exactly.
In the electoral history of this country has been as a result of revolt by youth. They are unable to get acceptance into a particular party, and then they stand as independent candidates.
On their own.
As early as the 60s, that has been the trend. Like in the 70s, the PPP, youth movement, because there aren't, places for everybody. Okay, so if you did not get nominated, you became disgruntled, and then you stood as an independent candidate, and some of them won. That's how people like like Nafa Saho, came into politics. People like the lamented, OJ. That's how they came into politics. And even working their way through the youth wing, aspiring for parliamentary seat. Sometimes they couldn't beat, the old timers, who were occupying the position. They rebel, became independent, got notice, they performed very well, got notice, and the next election, they are given, the ticket.
And Mr. Sise, you remember Jokadu, Dr. Mane?
Well, yes.
The by-election.
Young intellectuals, young intellectuals, like Maja Sonko, or like Nyomi. And then also, about women, I have to say that so far, in Gambian electoral politics, the women have really fought for everything that they have so far gotten as far as political office is concerned. Some of them went to the field to campaign and were voted in, starting with Nyamasara Sane Bojan in 1982. Okay, some were nominated, but they were nominated because they performed very well within their political parties. Okay, they did very well, like as the company or as party militants, but they were nominated into parliament, for example, or into the councils, because in those days, people were nominated into the councils, okay, but they are nominated because they have done exceptionally well in the parties, in whatever position. A good example, in 1992, Sadawa nominated 3 women into parliament. All of them were either accomplished, professionals, like Mrs. Rena, okay, or some of them were accomplished, party militants, okay. in 2007, President Jammeh, I nominated like 3 or 4 women, in one soup, to Parliament, and all of them, were very, very strong members, of the APRC. You see, so I think we can give them that credit.
Very well.
That either way, they got what they have so far gotten, not on a silver platter, as we say, but largely because of hard work.
Indeed, indeed. I was just playing the devil's advocate here, but definitely nobody can downplay the important role that women play in Gambian politics, from independence struggle to date. We've said a lot. So far, so good.
And don't forget the chiefs.
We'll come to that later. I want us to take a short break and allow Mr. Sow, Esa Sow, just to remind our viewers. Esa, if you are good to go, can we do that now? Briefly, just take us through the last 3 results that we had, and then we can go for a short break. And when we come back, the conversation continues. Thank you.
Yeah. Your team of eminent panelists tonight. You're watching Election Live on GRTS. My name is SRSO. Once again, we want to remind you that we are getting more results from the Independent Electoral Commission. So far, so good. We have had 5 results as we zero in on the final set of results that we expect from the election house along Battle Harin Highway. So far, so good. It's turning into a 2-horse race between the ruling NPP and the largest opposition political party, the United Democratic Party. Initially, before we got the latest set of results, we were having the Banjul City Council as well as Mansa Konko Area Council won by the United Democratic Party. So then we got the latest set of results from Basse, from Kuntaur, and from Janjambure. So we saw the NPP overturning the ties there. They got a hat-trick of victories in those 3 councils that were announced shortly before we had our panelists dissect some of those very important talking points. So they are flipping the coin. The NPP, initially it was all UDP, Banjul, and Mansa Konko. They won. Then we had the latest set of results from Basse, Kuntaur, and Janjambure. And we saw a hat-trick of victories for the ruling NPP. So far, so good. This is how the parties performed. Like I said, it is turning into a 2-horse race between NPP and the UDP. We have other political parties in the race as well. This includes the GFA, as well as PPP, GDC, and DOI. But so far, so good. Those parties haven't won a single seat. It's between the NPP and the UDP. So we look at Janjambure, for instance. We had the results from Janjambure, and this is what we received from the IEC. Haruna Bari, GDC, 2,614 votes for the GDC candidate, Haruna Bari. Then you have Suleiman Sawane of the NPP scoring 11,924 votes. 11,920 for the NPP candidate in the Janjambure local government area. So you have UDP's Malik Sow coming second in the Janjambure local government area. As you can see, Malik Sow got 8,225 votes for the United Democratic Party. He is the closest challenger as far as the results are concerned in Janjambure. Alaji AS Boy is an independent candidate. He got 1,458 votes. So, so far so good. That's the result for Janjambure. Suleiman Sawane of the NPP winning, giving NPP their first victory as far as the night is concerned. Like I said, it's a hat-trick of victories for the NPP in the latest set of results that we received. So we'll move on and look at Kuntaur. Kuntaur being one of the smallest local government areas. We also received results from Kuntaur. As you can see, the GFA candidate is contesting in the Kuntaur area, Abdullahi Keita, getting 1,227 votes for the GFA candidate Abdullahi Keita. Then you have the incumbent Sehu Jawara of the NPP getting 13,681 votes for Sehu Jawara of the NPP. So he retains his seat in the Kuntaur area council. Alhaji B.S. Sila of the UDP got 10,000, coming 3,000 short of the total number of votes pulled by Sehu Jawara in the Kuntaur area council. So Jawara got 10,300, or Sila rather got 10,365 votes for his UDP party and for himself, to be precise. So moving on, we look at another council that we've received results from, that is Basse, in the Basse administrative area. You had 3 candidates that were in contention, among them the incumbent, who was trying to retain his seat for the Danjo of the United Democratic Party, getting 8,947 votes. 8,947 for the Danjo, who was the sitting chairperson for the Basse Area Council. Now, Alaji Karamo Toure of Doi also is fielding in only a single candidate in that administrative area, which is in Basse, and in fact, so far so good, that is the only candidate they have in the entire race, getting 3,797. 3,797. And the winner, this time around, Muhammadu Sise of the NPP, he takes over council from Fode Danjo, so he's going to be the new chairman of the Basse Area Council, pulling 28,902 votes. 28,902 votes. So you compare that figure to what Mr. Danjo pulled, so there's a significant difference between those two candidates, NPP's Momodou Sise as well as Fode Danjo. So Sise is the new chairman for the Basse Area Council. The voter population, as you can see on the screen, those of you watching television, 118,210 people are registered to vote. So if you do the mathematics, I'm sure Baba has done that already. For those of you that were watching earlier on, you will realize that there's a significant, low voter turnout in the Basse administrative area. So far, so good. So those are the results we have received. Karabulai, that is the result we have received so far, so good. As we zero in on the final set of results, we are left with 3 more results, and this includes KM, and West Coast and Kerewan. So those are the only 3 councils that are left so far as we wait for those results from the Independent Electoral Commission. But that's it. 3 seats going to the NPP, so far so good, out of the 5 that has been announced, and 2 going to the United Democratic Party. It is a 2-horse race so far as we zero in on the final set of results from the IEC. Karabulai, that's it for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Esa, for that brilliant presentation there. We are going for a break. We'll be looking at some of the highlights of the voting exercise, and when we come back, the discussion continues.
It is another polling day in the Gambia. This time is the election of chairpersons and mayors in all the 5 regions and 2 municipalities of the country. The voter turnout is said to be impressive compared to the councillorship election. Some voters in Banjul and Kanifing shared their opinions on the importance of the election to make a crucial decision in electing a leader of their respective councils.
It is important because I want the betterment of my country and the development of my country.
The basis for development is electing people who represent you, because all of us cannot be there, but we must represent people. We must select people who are, capable to deliver certain development.
Let everyone come out and vote, because your vote is your voice.
The comportment of the people coming to vote, it's really peacefulness. There's no need for fighting. There's no need to insult anybody. There's no need to shout about it. Just simply walk to the polling station and cast your vote, go back home, sit down and wait for your results.
This is Kampama School in Tobacco Road, Banjul, where the vice president was registered to vote. He arrived at the polling center in the morning and went through the voting process. After casting his vote, the Vice President said the mayoral and chairperson's election is important and must not be underrated.
These are the ones who are supposed to provide the basic services for the communities. So it's important that all of us come out to vote and choose our leaders. It will not be important if we wait until somebody else is elected and we now start complaining. Let's just make sure that we have our voice, because your vote is your voice.
VP Jallo called on all to maintain peace and order throughout the process for national interests.
I think our message is the same, and I think we have to thank the Gambian people for actually having a very, very peaceful election. All over the world, just recently I've been talking to some diplomats, and the first thing they tell you that we congratulate the Gambia for their peaceful election, and they are actually encouraging other countries to come and learn from us. So this is something that is our legacy that we have to preserve.
Voting started at 8 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m. when counting shall start on the spot. Ibrahim Jallo, GRTS News. It is another...
As Gambians choose the mayors and chairpersons of various councils across the country, polling staff, including presiding officers, have described the process as smooth and peaceful so far. They, however, expressed concern over the low voter turnout, despite an improvement compared to the last councillorship election.
It has been going on smoothly thus far. Voters are coming, they are coming gradually. There is no queue, but then they are coming. As you can see, some have just arrived. Yeah, I think the turnout, we are expecting it to be better than the previous one.
For now, it is going normal. And we have a better turnout. But it is dwindling down now. Yeah.
The process is smoothly going. It's good, definitely. There is no problem yet.
The NPP candidate for the Kanifing municipality, Bakariwai Baji, voted at the Ibo Town Mosque polling station. After casting his vote, Mr. Baji, who is optimistic of winning, also described the process as smooth and peaceful. He also expressed hope that the turnout will improve with time as they have sensitized the electorate during the campaign period.
No, the turnout, as you can see, is not very encouraging. It's still low, so we hope that before the end of the day people would come out and vote. In terms of incidences, no, we did not have any so far, apart from a little issue at Tallinding, wherein at the beginning they said they couldn't put in their marble, but I guess that was resolved right there in the morning. And until now, we've not received any other issue. What makes us believe that we'll emerge victorious? It's obvious. It's the campaign that we did. We've talked to people. We know what the plight of the people are, and we've listened to people, and they've been giving us their assurance that they would vote for me.
The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Sidi Njai, also an executive of the National People's Party, who accompanied his party's candidate, further lamented the issue of voter apathy.
The turnout is very low, and we hope that before the end of the day, people will come out and vote. And that is the only way that people could have a say in their governance, and also especially the local governance. So we hope that they will come out and vote. But nonetheless, we are happy that it's so far so good, hitch-free. People are conducting themselves peacefully and in an orderly manner to decide.
Several electorate in the area, including the National Assembly member for Bundung, Honorable Suleiman Jame, and Abdullah Kamara, all described voting as a constitutional requirement on all eligible citizens. The local government elections, they added, is crucial to the attainment of their community development objectives.
And I think it's high time that, especially the young people, they should take the lead. When we talk about voting elections, they should always come on board. This is local government election, and this one, is the most important election because these are the elected officials who you will directly work with. and they are at your level, at the grassroots level.
People should know that, mayoral election is our own thing. It's more, in fact, to me, important than the presidential, as long as this is regional affairs. So it's very important for the local people to understand that, mayoral election is important. Let them come out to vote their vote, cast their votes, so that, we can know the winner at the end.
Polling stations in Latrikunda and Bundung also experienced a moderate voter turnout earlier in the day, like Talinding and Ibo Town. Alajimbai, Gia.
Voter apathy and increasing disinterest continue to challenge elections around the world, and the Gambia is no exception amid simmering levels of citizens' interest, awareness, and participation in democratic processes. As Gambians head to the polls for the final round of local government elections to choose mayors and chairpersons, GRTS visited different polling stations within the KMC, but like the April 15, 2023 councillor polls, a visible absence of long queues marked many polling centers, opposed to the massive turnout during the presidential elections in 2021. In the 2018 local government elections, the Independent Electoral Commission (IEC) reported a 34% voter turnout. The April 2023 councillors elections shows a 41% voter attendance, representing a 7% increase from the 2018 local government polls. Voters who spoke to GRTS says one of the reasons for the low turnout in Gambian local government elections is the lack of interest in local politics compared to national politics, as citizens often view national elections as more important and impactful than local government elections, leading to high voter turnout. The 2021 presidential election, which registered about 90% turnout, referenced this notion, compared to the 2022 legislative election that garnered 51%. This is a national event and therefore very important because the development of our communities in the next 4 years entirely relies on this election. Another possible reason for the low voter turnout in local government elections, according to voters, is what they call the passive lack of influence or power of local government officials, resulting in apathy among citizens.
Banku din kendo inyanta walekela inyantela hajo bebulalal yenna yakarte ufai.
Every good citizen should vote in all elections because it is your duty and right. If you don't vote, you have no right to complain. Let people come out and vote.
After casting his votes at the Pipeline Mosque in Kanifing, Talib Ahmed Bensouda, the sitting mayor of KMC and the UDP candidate, told journalists that the low voter turnout is usual in local government elections. Bensouda believes most Gambians still don't know the importance of local government polls, as their understanding of local governance is low. The incumbent called on Gambians to maintain peace at all times, while urging for more participation.
Presidential elections always have the highest turnout, then National Assembly elections, then local government elections. We expect that the turnout will be better than councillor elections, but we don't expect it to be at the level of the presidential elections, which is quite a norm as far as historical evidence is concerned. However, I always like to emphasize that local governance, as far as I am concerned, is the most important part of governance, because the councillor and the mayor are the closest to the community. They're the government officials that are elected at the community level, and the development they bring is high impact at a community level. So I believe all Gambians should take an interest and come out in their large numbers and vote for their candidates of choice. I was confident before nomination. I am confident after nomination. Of course, the councillor election is already a sample of the feeling of the community of KM, how they feel towards the council, my leadership and the councillors. So we are still confident that we will win this election come 5 o'clock p.m. today.
The 2023 local government election shows a registered voter population of 962,157. Out of this number, 197,800 resides in the Kanifing administrative area and are expected to vote in today's election, marking the end of the 2021 to 2023 electoral cycle in the Gambia. Women made up 57% of the registered voters, compared to 43% of men. Additionally, 58% of the total registered voters are youth between the ages of 18 and 35. Saturday's local government elections are being held in 1,554 polling stations and 53 constituencies in 7 regions of the Gambia. I am Omar P. Jallo.
Good morning, viewers. You're welcome back to this special panel on the GRTS, broadcasting live from our studios along MDI Road in Kanifing. It's been a long night, and I'm sure we still have a long way to go because we have 5 results so far. We have 5 results so far, and we have 3 more to go. But I'm getting signals from our directors that we'll be going to the IEC for more results. So IEC is all yours.
On that note, welcome, Chairman. Thank you, sir. Once again, good morning to you all. Selection of results. I, Eleman Jai, Chairman of the Electoral Council, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate in the chairman's election of 28 May 2023 for Karawan Area Council is as follows. Maramin I.L. Bojang, UDP, 22,472 votes. 22572. Babu Kebe, Independent, 2,475. 2475. Papa Tunkara, NPP, 24,430. 24130. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Hadisira Job George, returning officer in the Karawan review area. This will be witnessed and endorsed by Mamoru Esar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Diba, agent for UDP, Dr. Demba Samari, agent for NP, Dr. Lamin Jamba Jame, agent for NPP, Ayatu Jallo, agent for GFA, Mr. M.R. Bajan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jamal, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Karawan Area Council's Chairperson election of 28 May 2023, Papa Tunkara has been duly elected as Chairman for Karawan Area Council. This is 28 May 2023, signed Alimanjai Chairman.
Here are the results for the Karawan Area Council Chairmanship. As declared by the Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Malamin I.L. Bojang, UDP, 22,572 votes, 22572. Babu Kebe, Independent, 2,475 votes, 2475. Papa Tunkara, NPP, 24,130 votes, 24130. There were no invalid votes. The results were certified by Hadi Sidat George, returning officer in the Karawan administrative area.
These results were witnessed and endorsed by Momodu A. Sar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Diba, agent for UDP, Lamin Jamba Jamme, agent for NPP, Ijatu Jallo, agent for GFA, Aminata M.R. Bajan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jabang, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kerewan Area Council's chairperson's election of 20th May 2023, Papa Tunkara has been duly elected as chairman for Kerewan Area Council, dated 20th May 2023, and signed by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission.
The result of results. I, Manjai, chairman of the Electoral Commission, hereby number of votes given to each candidate in the mayoral election of 2023 for Kanifing Municipal Council is as follows. Bakari Y. Baji, NPP, 42,432, 42432. Ahmed bin Suda, UDP, 56,094, 56094. Palmodu Janaba Mo, Independent, 5,092 votes, 5092. There were 6 invalid votes. Results were certified by Joseph Koli, running officer in the Kanifing area. This results were witnessed and endorsed by Modus Azar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Diba, agent for UDP, Lamin Jambajame, agent for NPP, Agent Jallo, agent for GFA, Aminata M.R. Bajan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jabang, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kanifing Municipal Council's election of 20th May 2023, Talib Ahmed Bensouda has been duly elected as mayor for Kanifing Municipal Council. Dated 20th May 2023, signed Ali Manjai, chairman.
Here are the results for the Kanifing Municipal Council mayoral elections, as declared by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. Bakari Y. Baji, NPP, 42,432 votes, 42432. Talib Ahmed Bensouda, UDP, 56,094 votes, 56094. Palmodu Jenaba Mbo, Independent, 5,092 votes, 5092. There were 6 invalid votes. The results were certified by Joseph Koli, returning officer in the Kanifing administrative area. These results were witnessed and endorsed by Momodu A. Sar, agent for UDP, Ibrahim Diba, agent for UDP, Lamin Jamba Jamme, agent for NPP, Ijatu Jallo, agent for GFA, Aminata M.R. Bajan, agent for PPP, Mustafa Jabang, agent for PPP. Having received the highest number of votes in the Kanifing Municipal Council's mayoral elections, having received the highest number of votes in the Kanifing Municipal Council's mayoral elections of 20th May 2023, Talib Ahmed Bensouda has been duly elected as mayor for Kanifing Municipal Council, dated 20th May 2023, and signed by the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Esa. So that's the results for now. We'll come back to push you with the other results. Thank you so much. Thank you.
nga sindalima kanifi municipal council kafo meye bakari way baji npp le ya londi karte kese wil tan nani karte kese wili fula karte kese keme nani karte kese tan saba anim fula ay wole soto bakari way baji npp karte kese wili tan nani karte kese wili fula karte kese keme nani karte kese tan saba anim fula ay wole soto Talib Ahmed Bensouda UDP le ya londi karte kese wili talulu karte kese wili woro karte kese tan kononto anin nani ay wole soto Talib Ahmed Bensouda UDP le ya londi karte kese wili talulu karte kese wili woro ani karte kese tan kononto anin nani ay wole soto Pa Modou Jenaba Mbow independent candidate karte kese wili lulu karte kese tan kononto anin fula ay wole soto Pa Modou Jenaba Mbow independent candidate karte kese wili lulu karte kese tan kononto anin fula ay wole soto woto komen aya doñolu dan karte keso la ñamen Talib Ahmed Bensouda UDP e mellondi wala gagneta pour kake meyoti kanifi municipal council meya signa wala musirantiyeti independent electoral commission alhaji aliou momar ndiaye nimbotali yoto nsitali kerwan area council ikafo meye malamin il bojang UDP le ya londi karte kese wili muwan nim fula karte kese kemelulu taw worowla anim fula ay wole soto malamin il bojang UDP karte kese wili muwan anim fula karte kese kemelulu taw worowla anim fula ay wole soto Babu Kebe independent candidate karte kese wili fula karte kese keme nani taw worowla anin lulu ay wole soto Babu Kebe independent candidate karte kese wili fula keme nani taw worowla anin lulu ay wole soto Papa Tunkara NPP le ya londi karte kese wili muwan anin nani karte kese keme anin tan saba ay wole soto Papa Tunkara NPP karte kese wili muwan nin nani karte kese keme karte kese tan saba ay wole soto komen atela loñol be dan karte kesola woto Papa Tunkara NPP e mel londi atele gagneta pour ka ke sirantiyeti kerwan area council meya signa wala musutiyeti independent electoral commission alhaji momor ndiaye ala baraka
jërëjëf Ibrahima Sané bokk yi kon ba tey rek ñu ngi ak yéen ci kër yi nga xam ne nii fa la ñu saytu lépp lu aju ci wàlli wote ak kontem carte yi réew mi ñu xamee ko independent electoral commission fi mu nekk nii ñu indil leen bataaxel bi nga xam ne ni nag mu ngi tukkee ci Kanifing municipal council di KMC wote ba nag nii la tëddee Bakary Waay Baaji NPP ñoo ko taxawal am na ñeent fukki junney carte ak ñaari junney carte ak ñeenti téeméer ak fanweeri carte ak ñaar Bakary Waay Baaji NPP ñeent fukki junne carte ak ñaari junne yu teg ñeenti téeméer ak fanweeri carte ak ñaar Talib Ahmed Bensouda UDP ñoo ko taxawal moom am na juróom fukki junne carte ak juróom benn junne carte ak juróom ñeent fukki carte ak ñeent Talib Ahmed Bensouda UDP juróom fukki junne carte ak juróom benn junne carte ak juróom ñeent fukki carte ak ñeent Pa Modou Jenaba Mbow independent candidate moom taxawalut benn parti boppam la taxawal juróomi junne carte ak juróom ñeent fukki carte ak ñaar Pa Modou Jenaba Mbow independent candidate juróomi junne ak juróom ñeent fukki carte ak ñaar kon nag Talib Ahmed Bensouda si parti UDP moom moo leen ëppale ay carte kon moo gagné itamit siis bi ñu doon xaccoo di mayo pour Kanifing municipal council xibaar bi nag ki ko dëggal wéral ko mooy borom kër yi buntu liggéeykaay bi saytu mbiri wote ak kontem carte yi ci réew mi di chairman independent electoral commission alhaji aliou momar ndiaye ñu ñëw ci Kerewan area council wote bi nii la fa tëddee Malamin il Bojang UDP ñoo ko taxawal am na ñaar fukki junne carte ak ñaari junne carte ak juróomi téeméer ak juróom ñaar fukki carte ak ñaar Malamin il Bojang UDP ñaar fukki junne carte ak ñaari junne carte ak juróomi téeméer ak juróom ñaar fukki carte ak ñaar Babu Kebe independent taxawut ci benn parti boppam la taxawal am na ñaari junne carte ak ñeenti téeméer ak juróom-ñaar fukki carte ak juróom Babou Kebe independent ñaari junne carte ñeenti téeméer ak juróom-ñaar fukki carte ak juróom Papa Tunkara NPP ñoo ko taxawal ñaar fukki junne carte ak ñeenti junne carte yu teg téeméeri carte ak fanweeri carte Papa Tunkara NPP ñaar fukki junne ak ñeenti junne carte téeméeri carte ak fanweeri carte kon nag Papa Tunkara bu NPP mu ëppale ay carte ci ñu compté ci liñ sànni ci Kerewan Area Council kon nag moo gagné it siis bi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko doon xaccoo di chairman Kerewan Area Council xibaar bi nag ki ko dëggal wéral ko mooy borom kër buntu liggéeykaay bi saytu mbiri wote ak kontem carte yi ci réew mi di chairman Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Aliou Momar Njie Sidiba
jarama Abdoulaye Thiam musidɓe am ha joni rek minen ɗo Independent Electoral Commission addan ɗon no carte de wote laamu togosi yarini he leydi he joni en jatton to tundu Kanifi Municipal Council to biyeteɗo Bakary Way Badji mo parti NPP darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 42 e temedde 4 e 32 Bakary Way Badji parti NPP o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 42 temedde 4 32 Talib Ahmed Ben Souda mo parti UDP darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 56 e carte 94 Talib Ahmed Ben Souda mo parti UDP darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 56 e carte 94 pa Modou Dieynaba Mbow ko independent candidate woni ko daraniɗo hoore mum heeɓi carte ujunnaje 92 pa Modou Dieynaba Mbow ko independent candidate ko daraniɗo hoore mum heeɓi carte ujunnaje 92 nden noon Talib Ahmed Ben Souda mo parti UDP o darni o kam gagni ngal ɗon jororgal meyo toon to tundu Kanifi Municipal Council to ɗum noon ciñɗo te gonɗiɗo in woni chairman mo Independent Electoral Commission Alhaji Aliou Momar Ndiaye e toon to Kerewan Area Council to ma Lamin AL Bojang mo parti UDP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 22 temedde 5 e 72 ma Lamin AL Bojang UDP darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 22 temedde 5 e 72 Babou Kebe ko independent candidate ko daraniɗo hoore mum o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 2 temedde 4 75 Babou Kebe ko independent candidate ko daraniɗo hoore mum o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 2 temedde 4 75 Papa Tunkara parti NPP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 24 temedere e carte 30 Papa Tunkara mo parti NPP o darni o heeɓi carte ujunnaje 24 temedere e 30 carte nden noon Papa Tunkara mo parti NPP o darni wono woni chairman toon to Kerewan Area Council to ciñɗo ɗum te gonɗi ɗon woni chairman mo Independent Electoral Commission IEC Alhaji Aliou Momar Ndiaye on jarama Yasin
Bukanoli hani be ñew la koko de pinay de di fanka feti Independent Electoral Commission nammal dingolo li meno di mofameti Kanifi Municipal Council kajupe kone KMC Bakary Way Badji pateti NPP kujumeno na baba civilisoni bukanku gaba di sigaba seme sibachi kabanan unyendi sigaba Talib Ahmed Ben Souda UDP kujumeno na baba civilisoni bukanku gaba utinkendi yekon bukanku gaba unyendi sibachi pa Modou Dieynaba Mbow fuko na jume civili futok bukanku bachi unyen disigaba oto ujaja bedi mufameti Kanifi ume ankonim Talib Ahmed Ben Souda o angami e jungute de kan meyo atumbe kalaka Kanifi Municipal Council simito se soni futoke amangenu mukana mukila banna singe oinomi Aliou Momar Ndiaye ete jungute Independent Electoral Commission IEC Ujanya be mofameti Kerewan North Bank Region ankonemi ma Lamin IL Bojang kajupe dipatieti UDP kujumeno na babaji ukata woni siwili soni kabana ndisigaba cheme futok bukanku feji unyendi sigaba Babu Kebe fuko na jume Siwili Sigaba cheme Sibachi bukanku feji di butinken Papa Tunkara NPP kujumeno Siwili Soni Kabanandi Sibachi cheme yekon Kabanandi Unyen Oto ujaja bemu fameti Kerewan North Bank Region ankone mi Papa Tunkara o angarumi de kan ete jungute Kerewan Area Council amangenum banna singe mukana mukila ono mi Aliu Mamar Njai ete jungute IEC.
No sidi Yasin Jiba. Har samare mu ona continue dakara kebe ga kitati kanifi tunduke kingani kanifi municipal council. Igatni sereme ngani Bakari Wai Baji NPP gara sigindi ara tan nakata do wujunu hilli kamona gati tanjikero ko chunju hilli ara Kenya kita. Kebe gani Talib Hamed Ben Suda independent UDP anda sigindi tan karagero wujunu tumi tankabe aroko chunchu nakati ara Kenya kita pamodu Geneva Mbo independent candidate ujunu karagi tankabe aroko chunchu hilli ara Kenya kita kendi serebe ganya meyo ngati KMC kengani Talib Hamed Ben Suda kebe gara sinye kengani chairman ngati IEC Aliu Mamoru Njai har samare mo khibaru nogondi Chairman Independent Electoral Commission kengani Aliu Mamoru Njai agara continue benu girndura ngani ti nokobe gani Kerewan Area Council Malamin IL Bojang UDP gara sigindi tampile do ujunu hilli kamo karagi tanyero do ko chunju hilli Babu Kebe independent candidate ngani ujunu hilli kamo na tanyero do ko chunju karagi Papa Tunkara NPP gara sigindi tampile do ujunu nakati kame aro tanjike ko chunche kendi igatni serebe dangani Papa Tunkara aya nganye nanya korna ngumenga tino kube gani Kerewan Area Council mara mu kwanya continue nga na dogada hibinu kitana yerdo makata kane ora kawado men nangira ngati jamane ke television ka kore
Viewers, welcome back once again. We've had another result or another set of results from NBR and KMC. Just as usual, we are going straight to our statistician to interpret these results that we have so far. We have one more to go, Mr. Suare. But give us the interpretation of NBR and KMC.
Yes, we have one more to go, as you said. The results coming from these two administrative regions shows that the two major parties have shared the seats 50-50. That is the NPP won the Kerewan local government area chairmanship.
I beg your pardon, it's not a 50-50. NPP is 4 and UDP 3, BCC, LRR, KMC.
I mean for these the two results that came in
okay,
just now.
Okay.
The two results that came in just now, the two areas.
Okay, NBR and
Kerewan
KMC.
And
Very
KMC.
well. Very well, yeah.
Okay, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
The NPP winning in the Kerewan area council won the chairmanship, whereas the UDP won the mayoral seat in KMC. So it's a 50-50, they're all equal. Now in terms of the total number of seats they won, it seems again they are neck to neck.
Yeah.
I think 3-3.
No, is
4-3.
4-3.
4-3 in favor
4 to
of
NPP, 3 to UDP.
4 to NPP and the 3 to UDP?
Yes.
Wow. The NPP for Basse, Kuntao,
Janjambure.
Janjambure, yes, Janjambure.
And Kerawan.
And NBR.
And the Kerawan, yes. Okay.
Then you have BCC, LRR, and KMC.
Okay.
UDP.
Yeah, that's right. So it's 4 to 3. For the two regions, starting with Kerawan, now the total number of registered voters in Kerawan is 109,262.
Okay.
Okay. Now of these 49,177 actually went to the polls, cast their votes. This represents a voter turnout of 45%. We've seen yet another low turnout. Of course, it is better than that of Janjambure and Kuntao, as well as Basse. Those were in the 30,
37, 34, 35.
Okay? So this is slightly above that, but it's still on the low side, low voter turnout. Now the 4 candidates that contested, in fact, okay, initially it was 4 candidates. I think one of them dropped out. Yeah. The Abdullah Jallo GDC candidate dropped out. So we have 3 candidates, independent candidate, NPP candidate, and the UDP candidate. Now the 3 candidates together pooled the 49,177, 177 votes, which translates to 45% voter turnout. Now the UDP candidate, Malamin IL Bojang, pooled 22,572, which is 45.9% of the votes cast. The NPP candidate, Papa Tunkara, 24,130 votes, which again translates to 49.1%. And the independent candidate, Babu Kebe, 2,475, which is 5% of the votes cast. Now this is the situation in Kerawan. Now going to the Kanifing administrative area. Now Kanifing is the second populous local government area after Brikama, the West Coast region, is the most highly populated in terms of population and even in terms of registered voters. But then in the Kanifing area, only 3 candidates actually contested, an independent candidate, an NPP candidate, and a UDP candidate. Now a total of 179,800 registered voters in Kanifing. Of these, the 3 candidates together pooled 103,618, okay, which translates to 57.6% voter turnout. Okay, so the total voter turnout in Kanifing is 57.6%. Yes, this is a slight improvement over Kerawan, and of course it is above 50%. So it is fairly good. Of course, not very impressive as we used to have in the presidential elections and so on. But then, relatively much better than the Kerawan, the Mansap, the Basses, the Kuntaurs, and the Janjambures. Okay. So it's relatively fair. We expect that maybe Brikama, which is the final area to come, may be another improvement over this one. Okay, let's hope so.
Yeah.
Okay, the three parties, the three candidates together, as I said, pooled 103,618 votes. Now, the independent candidate, Pa Modu Genavambo, pooled 5,092 votes, which is 4.9% of the votes cast. The NPP candidate, Bakari Baji, pooled 42,432 votes, which is 41% of the votes cast. And the UDP, Talib Ahmed Bensouda, who is the incumbent, pooled 56,094 votes, which is 54.1% of the votes. So this is the situation again in Kanifing, and maybe I can, at this point, I can say that since we have just one more a result to come in, which is the
West Coast region.
West Coast region, I think we can say that now we are almost done. We can see the final results are to come from the chairman IEC, but so far now nationally there are 962,157 registered voters. Now the votes cast so far in the 7 administrative areas, the 7 local government areas, is totals 290,000. 290,000 registered voters went to the polls in the 7 local government areas so far. So nationally, so far we have a voter turnout of 30.1%. Nationally, a voter turnout of 30%.
Well, we are yet to see that.
Yeah, we are yet to see.
But it's like the overall turnout may be less than even the councillorship.
Of course, yeah.
And talking about councillorship, let's look at the KMC result. During the councillorship election, the UDP won 15 wards out of 19.
Yeah.
Now, you look at the margin between the NPP candidate Bakari Baji and the UDP candidate. Bakari scored 42,000. 432 and Talib 56,094. Are we seeing an improvement on the part of NPP, considering the councillorship election where they won 15 out of 19? One would expect the margin to be more than this.
Yeah, 15 out of 19, those are the seats. But it does not tell us the votes cast or the number of voters votes they got. Okay, so we are looking at
the seats are representing the wards.
You are talking of the seats or the wards. Okay, now but here we are looking at the Kanifing municipality as a whole. Okay, now if we pull the votes for those 15 wards won by the UDP, okay, won by the UDP, and also as opposed to the 4 seats, I think there were 19. 15 were won by the UDP. Okay, if we pull their votes together,
I think NPP 3.
NPP
3 and then 1 independent.
1 independent. NPP 3 seats.
So my point is, NPP has made a significant inroad in eating some of the votes of UDP, because if they are able to gather 15 wards, I know we are not counting the wards, but remember the electors are coming from the wards. So if they are able to secure 15 out of 19, and this time around we are seeing only a difference of about 7 or 8,000, one would expect, going by the councillorship election, one would expect at least for the margin to be far more than this. Anyway, you have a different
yeah,
point
okay,
of view.
fine. You are looking at it at that angle.
Yes.
One can also argue in another direction.
Very well.
Okay.
All right.
So,
all right. That's said and done. Well, that is it for you. These are the 7 results we have. So far, so good. But the point I was trying to make is, if you look at the presidential election, you look at the voter turnout, the percentage, it goes down. National Assembly, from National Assembly to councillorship, it goes down. Councillorship now, we are expecting, the councillorship election was 34%, I think, and then this time around, the way things are going, it may be less than that. And simply because I personally believe that, it's because people, like I always say, rank elections in this country. They think presidential election is more important than National Assembly. Then I want us to talk about the importance of local councils. How important are these local councils as far as the socio-economic development of the local communities are concerned? Let's start with our political scientists.
Thank you very much. I guess that's quite a relevant question here today. And I think councils are very important in every democratic setting, especially in a setting where powers have been devolved. When we talk about devolution of powers, we talk about the sharing of these powers with component regional units, and these are the councils. And the reason why it is important is because it brings development closer to the people. Because often we talk about the reason even it is called local council. It's not a derogative term. It is local in the sense that it is closer to the people.
It's within reach, and then
it is within reach, and it is people have quite an access to this government than even the central government, and that is why it is called local. And I guess the benefits has always been how faster it brings development as opposed to the one that comes from the central government. Even within the discourse of policy, that is why we would talk about elite model policies and of course the mass model policies. The mass model policies would come from the grassroots and then ascend to get to the president or the head of executive, and there will be policy proclamation supported by a program, and people will start to benefit from these things. And then you have the elite model policies, which comes from above and trickles down to the grassroots. And I think local governments get to prevent this. They get to support mass model policies where people from the grassroots get to inform policies and get to shape it, and tacticians who work on this. And it has been really something I think that worked for us over the years. And but our only problem is we have not leveraged enough on these councils or their existence. And I think even within the context of legality, they have rules that they get to play. If you do not want to head out to the conventional courts, or at times we call it litigation, we have the councils, we even have institutions that exist within the councils where you can approach and then disputes, maybe about land or about family, have been settled at the level of the alcalo, for instance. At times we would describe this as alternative dispute resolution. And this is something that is historical in this country. It has worked for us for I would say decades or even centuries. So when we talk about council, it's not only the modern perspective. It has some historical institutions that are worth preserving, because these councils, despite being new, recently introduced, like I said in the beginning of the millennium, Jammeh promulgating the law, and thus us experiencing the existence of component regional units. We had other institutions that are housed in these councils, like I've said, the alkali and so forth. And all of these institutions get to play crucial role. And there are also other functions, like how it gets to legitimize and even accords popularity to policies of government.
Very well.
how does it do this? Because if they serve as mediators, or that mediatory role between the central government and the people, then communiques coming from government and the policies get to trickle down to the people, and it is easily understandable because it will be someone from them who gets to tell them about what, let's say, the president or the executive is about to do. And often people get to buy into these things because the person that is communicating this is from them. So it is representative democracy, and it helps to convince people to buy into the national agenda. And I guess that is why policies or programs like the TESITO somewhat fell through, because everyone had to come on board, and not because Sadauda made a policy proclamation, but because there were also people who came from this component regional unit, from these communities, that get to relay the message, propagated the message, consolidated it, and it worked. So I think the importance cannot be overemphasized.
Indeed.
And it is not only about elections, but it also also alludes to the fact that it helps to checkmate the past of those that are even above, which is also another reason why it is important that we get to participate. We get to, because through our participation, we are able to alter narratives, we are able to even speak power to, truth to power, because when you vote, you make a statement. So I think I will leave it at that for now and allow.
Yes, Mr. Sise, the significance of local councils.
Well, at the very beginning, in the early 60s, with the creation of the area councils, okay, I had explained the genesis.
The genesis and
Batos Urban District Council to the Batos Town Council to the Batos City Council. Now, like much of the work that the councils are charged with were in the hands of the chiefs, the district chiefs. Like for much of the period before 1962, when the councils started operating, clearing the road, repairing a bridge here and there, building a village school. Those were all, charged to the chiefs. Okay. Now, when the councils, this is why when the councils were created, the United Party was not eager for the full operationalization of the councils, because they believe that the councils will checkmate the powers of the chiefs, the district chiefs. And many of the chiefs supported the UP, the United Party. So this is why the UP government, 61-62, was really foot dragging. The ordinance, as the acts were called, was passed in 61, but they were dilly-dallying, and didn't, push for the act to be rolled out, okay, until the PPP came to power. Now the PPP were eager. In fact, they were, super eager, okay, to, roll out the area councils, because they believed that it was going to checkmate, some of the wanton powers they believed the chiefs had. Because in those days you have very powerful district chiefs, like Mama Tamba, Karamokaba, in the Jaras,
Jewel Kubalis, Sora Dabo.
How much earlier in Buring, Matar Sisi in Jao. These were super powerful chiefs, and many of them at the beginning were opposed to the PPP. So when the PPP came to power, they fast-tracked the operation of the councils. And the councils were established at Kuntawu, at Georgetown, at Fase, at Mansakonko, and Bukama. And then, Kerewan, was not yet like a division, a region. Kerewan was created as a region in 1968. You see. So I mean, this is the, very trouble, beginnings, if you want, of the area councils. Their TORs were basically TORs that chiefs used to do, like the district chiefs, like even collecting of the taxes, the chiefs used to do it. Okay. But when the councils came in the early 60s, all these, duties, were now, given to the area councils. Now, well, the name is apt. I'm local government.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have a national government. They're in charge of all the portfolios: health, education, technology. And you name it, environment. So the council also have the same, remit, if you say, if you want. Okay. There are some of these councils even have a foreign relations department. Because some of them, establish, ties, they are twin with other councils, abroad. So basically, whatever the, national government, could do, the councils should also be able to do it, but at the very, very, a basic level, at what we call the local level. And they are meant to really bring development and, like you said, politics closer into the people. Because like in those days the capital was far. It would take you like 4 days, to travel from Basse to, Batos. So you didn't, you have to wait, for like a ministry, to come and take care, some of the, problems in your area. But the area councils, were supposed to do it. Okay, so they have a very, very important role. In fact, if they work, okay, I think this country will feel a very, very, positive, shift in our development aspirations. You see?
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed. Mr. Cham, you want to comment?
Yeah, I want to come in there on this voter apathy we are talking about as far as this local government election is concerned. Perhaps people don't see the relevance of local government to their needs. Mr. Jallo, what more can the local government do, to feel, closer to people, so that people will see them as one of the agencies that, solve their needs immediately? What more can they do to have that attachment to, the people or the communities they are serving?
I would say to honor the social contract. So there is an understanding, and in fact that is why today we're seeing people voting for all of these candidates that showed up. And the social contract is, give me a vote and I will get to provide so and so. And that is why they would have manifestos and programs to present to the electorates with the view that they get to convince them and eventually they vote for them. So if you honor that social contract, obviously people will get to be more interested about local government elections. Because we were even having this discussion shortly before we resumed, and I want to believe that the reason why people don't participate or the voter turnout is very low is not because people do not understand the relevance of council. People know the importance of council. Like Uncle Hassan said, we've been voting since in the 30s, so that's quite some time now. But the issue is the governorship, or people that we get to entrust these responsibilities to manage public offices tend to be irresponsive to the needs of the electorates. And that is why there is this rising apathy when it comes to participation or voting. And of course the electoral cycle, as I've also alluded to in the beginning, it is really tiresome, it is not spaced out, and we've not really talked about the way forward or how we're going to go about
Yes,
that.
in fact,
Are we going to reset a resort to the paper ballot, or to be able to accommodate 3-4 elections done concurrently, or are we going to stick with marble, which is quite unique and of course free from malpractice? how do we go about this
Yes,
as
let's,
an issue?
let's start with the timing of the various elections.
Yeah.
What's your take on that? What is your suggestion? Are you suggesting that we have all elections together, or maybe the National Assembly and local government elections together, and then the presidential election apart?
I think I'll be very brief with my response here. To be frank, 4 elections in a year is quite huge. Is quite tiresome, and also is not cost effective.
Cost effective, yeah.
Because we get to spend monies in all of these materials that we would have to provide in every elections. We've had
even the personnel conducting the
even the
elections.
personnel get to be
pay
paid,
them 4
IC
times.
staff get to be paid. So it is a lot of cost on the side of government, and they are the organizers of this practice. I think if we were also to stick with the marble, then how do we go about that too? I've not been able to really dissect and come up with something conclusive that would be a viable option for us to have maybe 4 or 3 elections concurrently. If there is anything possible to have this attained, I would say perhaps a paper ballot would be the most viable option, because it gets to allow someone to tick for let's say the presidency, and then gets to choose the mayor concurrently, or even possibly the National Assembly elections, all summed up to be one. But in any case, like I've said in the beginning, 4 elections within a single electoral cycle is too much for this country, and that is why we're all tired, even myself. But I felt that if I choose not to vote, I'm forfeiting a part of my well-being to an individual. And of course, what they get to do with that, I wouldn't have the moral right, or even I wouldn't be in a position to question whether they've done right or wrong, because I was not even a participant.
No, you are the first to default.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So it is not going to be a good precedent from me. So that brings me back to the importance of participating, because when you participate, then you get to be a participant in your own future, and also get to make sure that you're able to be able to ensure that you design the future that you want for yourself, and also those to come after you. Right.
Yes, I wanted. Yes, I just wanted to say that. I mean, if we also really want to encourage people to take these elections more seriously, I think we also have to know that the councillors are all honorable, councillors. They are elected through free and fair elections. I think we should remember that always, and therefore give them all the respect, due to a person elected through, a free and fair democratic process. Number 2, I think we should pay them salaries.
The councillors.
Well, yes. Yeah. No. I mean, we must take them seriously. As the electorate, we should take these people more seriously. The MPs have salaries. The councillors should have salaries. And all the associated, benefits. I think that would also help the electorate to take, them more seriously, and also take this, local government elections, more seriously.
In fact, some people will even say on the street, these people are not even receiving salaries.
Well, it will minimize the level of corruption in terms of the taxes that
they collect.
Yeah, these are honorable members,
and we are not paying them salaries.
Yeah.
It could be tempting.
Yeah.
Very tempting.
These are honorable members. They are elected. They are not selected. They are not nominated. They didn't come through a coup d'etat. They are elected. Men and women. And I think the electorate should note that and treat them with that kind of respect. Yeah, they should get salaries. I think all what an MP is getting, a councillor should get, because they are elected.
I agree with you.
The mayors or like the chairman or the chairpersons, we should treat them the same. These are elected officials. Like some of these mayors,
I mean, have been.
Welcome back. We apologize for that short break in transmission due to power failure from NAWEC. Mr. Sise?
Yes. So you know, I was insisting that all the things that an MP, all the encouragement, the perks that an MP has, the councillors, should have it. The chairpersons, should have it, like the mayors. You see, I think that will be a very, very good start in making people take this local government elections seriously.
Yes. Let's go back to the issue of the introduction of ballot papers. I have my own reservations as far as the ballot papers are concerned. One, I personally believe that considering the level of literacy in this country, Gambians are not yet ready for ballot papers. Number two, we are living in a global village. We have seen what the ballot papers are causing in other parts of the world, the tensions, leading to violence, where people will end up losing their lives. Why are we so eager? When and like you said, Gambia is not new to uniqueness. What is your take on the issue of introducing ballot papers? Are you a proponent of that?
Well, I cannot be, because I want
old school.
my vocation encourages me to stick to tradition. Particularly a tradition that is so unique to us. You think some of these journalists, when we have these presidential elections, like this New York Times people, these people from Wall Street Journal, and they come here specifically just because of
of the marble.
That's all. If you can go to the internet and then you read the reports from the 70s, the first paragraph in the New York Times or in the Wall Street Journal is the uniqueness of our voting system and how it is foolproof. So that alone, I think, is enough reason why we must retain the marble.
And it's not just unique for the sake of uniqueness, but it's also prolific, because we are saying that the system is rig-proof. Nobody can rig it.
Well, yes.
And
Senior politicians, and people who have been doing politics, for the past, like many decades, have all attested to that. In fact, they said, if there's anything.
We are so sorry once again. We apologize for the break in transmission. So once again, due to power failure from NAWEC. I still go back to Mr. Sise.
Well, yes. So I think we should all put our heads together and see how we can retain, because it is exceptional and it has served us very well. And I think one reason why our elections are usually foolproof and above board, and have consistently won the admiration of the entire world, is because of this marble system. I don't think it's beyond imagination to find the technology to retain it
and yet have it, cheaply, and securely. I think, the technicians are here, the technologies are here, they can really work on that.
Indeed,
Yes.
it's just a matter of fine tuning and then
Yeah.
re-strategizing and see.
Exactly.
Well, Mr. Jallo is smiling over that. Do you have a different take on?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with the marble, but I'm very much interested in seeing us devise a new way or a measure of having elections. All of these elections, possibly within the same year, we get to have 2 elections, paired up, for instance, because 4, like I said earlier, is too much for a nation like the Gambia. And the reason why I made reference of the paper ballot is, it seems to me the most feasible option out there for us to be able to achieve this. And I know the marble has served us for a considerable length of time, and of course it has proved to be working for us and has helped to prevent electoral malpractices. But to what extent is this helping us if we get to provide all the materials? Because at the end of the day, when we're going into elections, you do not get to say that possibly people will not be showing up, so I do not get to provide, let's say, 900,000, materials that will get to respond to the needs of all the 900,000 potential voters that will be coming to the polling stations. In any case, you get to provide these materials, and has been dropping from presidential to date. And at the end of the day, these materials remain unused, and that becomes a loss that will be incurred by the state and of course us, the taxpayers. So in that regard, I guess we are achieving to an extent, because we are able to prevent electoral violence and malpractices, but we are also losing revenue.
Indeed, we are losing revenue.
Well, I know,
if you talk to an economist, they, for them, they tend to put monetary value on everything.
Yeah.
But for the fact that you mention security, and
it outshines
whatever material gain you may think of.
The opportunity cost.
Exactly.
It's still debatable, but
exactly. Yes, you wanted to say something.
Well, yes, I know. At the very beginning, we used to have like a mobile voting, system. Yes, in the 60s, and 70s, because we didn't have a road network. So like there'll be a mobile team. There'll be a timetable, published and broadcast over Radio Gambia. Okay, so every 2 hours, the polling booth will go to a
particular location.
A location. People will vote. Then it moves to another one. That's why in those days it took 4 days, for us to complete the elections. Because people didn't, all vote in one day. Okay, because of the logistics. That asked for. So like the Land Rovers, will spend 2 hours, in this location, move to another location, spend another 2 hours, and really, that was how we were able to overcome, okay, the problem, that was posed, by the lack of roads.
Exactly.
At the time.
So,
you see. Yeah. So I'm sorry, there will always be a way out of
There
it.
is always a way out.
Yes.
That's what Erubami says.
Yes.
There is always
but
a way
there is
out.
also an issue that we somewhat haven't noticed, and that is also an accompanying effect of this electoral cycle and also voter apathy. Now, I've seen since the presidential elections, even in 2016, it is always the minority becoming the kingmakers. And how do we achieve this? Let's say you have 3 candidates. One will emerge victorious, right? And you have others who were also voted for by other people, let's say the supporters. But if you would sum up those who voted against the one that emerged victorious, you will realize that those who didn't win, the vanquishes, had more votes when combined than even the one that emerged victor. So that is also another concern for me, and I think this can also be attributed to our voting system, because That's the more reason why people are becoming disenchanted. People are not voting as they used to vote, and the number keeps dropping. The number keeps dropping since presidential, and also the electoral cycle forms part of the reasons why we're facing this. And like I've said, we get to invest a lot of money and of course logistics, and at the end of the day, people don't make use of these efforts or these investments that we've done. So it's really not something that I'm really happy about. And I think civil society has been really doing good. They've done caravans, and even in our surveys, though it's not part of the ethics of research, but somehow as we have conversations and exchange with respondents, we kind of propagate this message of just getting them convinced to vote in elections coming. But I don't think it is yielding much dividend, and like I've said, possibly it's not about whether or not they know the importance of elections, but they're not really seeing the reward that election is providing to them.
Indeed,
Yeah.
indeed. Now, let's go to the statistician. Mr. Suare, what's your take on the issue of the debate between ballot box and ballot papers, the marbles and the ballot papers?
This has been an issue and has been debated in several circles and for a long time. Yes, I just like how I do not have any problem with the marble for a simple reason that this for more than 30 years we've been using the marble. Our elections have been very free and fair. We've not have had any major political disturbances as a result of elections. For all the elections, the international observers as well as the local observers covering the elections have always reported our elections to be free and fair, and so it's a credit to the marble system. My only problem with it is that we've been talking about the diaspora voting for some time now, and I know maybe sooner or later voting will be extended to the diaspora. Okay, so if that should happen, whether at that level we can use the marble in the diaspora, is it practicable to use the marble in the diaspora? Okay? Or if not, can we blend the two? Okay? Using the marble in country and another method in the diaspora. We blend the two the two methods. So if that is a solution, yeah, fine. I don't have a problem with it.
That's right.
Yes, that will be quite innovative.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a hybrid voting system.
No,
you have to.
Exactly.
I mean, as Gambians, you know,
exactly.
These are things that we can, start, and the whole world will follow.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, interesting discussions there, but we are going for a short break. We've just had the results from the KMC. We did an interview with the first elected mayor of KMC, Mr. Keba Jallo. You just made mention of that here. We had an interview with him. Let's go for a short break and listen to the first part of that interview.
what's your take on the current electoral cycle that is having parliament? Mr. Kibajalo, former mayor of the Kanifing municipality, the first former mayor of the Kanifing municipality, welcome to this special program. Let me begin by asking you, you took over the leadership of the Kanifing Metropolis when the council was referred to as the Kanifing Urban District Council. When was this and how did it happen? And were you elected or appointed, and by who?
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important discourse. Now, the KUDC, Kanifing Urban District Council, emanated from what we used to call KRA, Combo Rural Authority.
Okay.
The seat of power at the time was at Brikama.
Oh.
Brikama was the seat of power. They were overseeing the activities of Kanifing. Now, after independence, in 1967, I think, 65, 67,
okay,
it was renamed as Kanifing Urban District Council,
okay,
KUDC. It was functioning from Brikama. We had an authority seated at the Kanifing offices here. And then in 1977, 78, we were elected as councillors for the urban area. At that time, mostly larger villages would send in one councillor. But then it was also elections, the UP at the time, and also PPP. But in 1977, 78, I stood for elections in Bundung ward, and Bundung and Larikuda Sabiji were all one ward. So we contested 1977, 78 until the 5-year term. Every 5 years we go to elections. Okay. Until 1994, I was the councillor for Bundung area. And also in 91, when there was a bill was passed in Parliament in 1990, we had this Kanifing KMC.
KMC, that is Kanifing municipality.
Kanifing municipality. So we had to go to elections, and I was elected. Actually, it was a contest between PPP and NCP at the time. Okay. So I won the elections in 1991.
Meaning you were the first elected mayor of the Kanifing municipality?
Yes, I was the first elected. Actually, at that time, they used to call us the chairman.
Okay,
I was the first chairman.
You were the first chairman.
Elected
chairman of the Kanifing municipality.
Exactly.
And that was in 1991?
1991, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Until 94, yes.
Now, let's go back briefly to this Kanifing Urban District Council. Before the council was set up, before a bill was passed by the Saturday government, Parliament, to create this Kanifing Urban District Council, yes, you were answerable to the authority in Brikama.
Yes.
How was it like?
It was not, actually, it was not difficult. The authority, I remember the late Babun Fati was...
a household name in the country.
Yes, exactly. Babun Fati.
Was a commissioner.
Exactly. And Omar Khan. And these were very instrumental in the running of the councils. Okay. But then we were given the autonomy to operate and the way we're supposed to do at our own level. There was no interference from Brikama to KM. Actually, we were being supervised like inspectorate from the Ministry of Local Government, not from Brikama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's move ahead briefly. Tell us about some of your predecessors and the state of affairs at the Kanifing District Urban Council of the Kanifing. Who were your predecessors?
I remember very well our chairman at the time was appointed by the Minister
of Local Government.
Government.
Okay.
It's called M.M. Jallo.
Okay.
His name was M.M. Jallo, very, very instrumental.
Was he the first chairman?
No, during our time.
Before elections.
Exactly.
Before the elections.
Yes, during our time, KUDC, Kanifing Urban District, first chairman selected by the ministry.
Okay.
To oversee.
He was nominated to oversee the affairs of the Kanifing District Urban Council.
Exactly.
Okay.
But then when we sit at council, we also elect the councillors alone.
Okay.
Elect our own vice chairman.
Oh, okay.
And I was elected. That was in the late 70s to 80s.
Okay.
I was elected as the vice chairman of the council, working together with M.M. Jallo.
Okay. Who was then the chairman?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it is.
That's great. So what was the staff composition like and administrative modus of operandi of the Kanifing Urban District Council?
Actually, we never had those kind of big issues as of now.
Okay.
The council, we had what we used to call the LGO, local government officer.
Okay.
Exactly. I remember we had people like Sanyang. I forgot the first name.
Okay.
Sanyang was the LGO at the time.
He was a local government officer.
Exactly. And then from him, he was moved to somewhere, and then the council itself appointed. Mustafa Njai was a treasurer, been elevated to a local government officer at the time. So he worked with us throughout KUDC and then to KMC. Mustafa Njai, I think, is still very, very instrumental. He was very, very instrumental in the running affairs of the council.
If my memory serves me well, he was the CEO of the Kanifing Municipal Council.
Exactly.
Now retired.
Exactly. Exactly. He's the one. At that time, during our time, KUDC, he was called the local government officer. But then when we came to KMC, his title changed to CEO. Exactly.
Okay.
But then appointed by the council, not the ministry. So now things have changed during.
Now the ministry appoints local government, how to call it,
the
chief executive
chief
officers.
CEO, exactly.
CEOs, yeah.
But then that happened after our time. I understand, yeah. But then we had no issues with that. The CEO, we didn't have CEO at the time. We had
before the change of government, it used to be those responsible for administration of the council were called local government officers.
Exactly.
I can remember very well.
Exactly, local government. That's why I said Mustafa Njai was appointed as the local government officer of the council. I think it was during the last time they changed it to.
That is after the change of government.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Their titles changed to chief executive officer.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And also during the council during that time, we used to have different committees like standing committee, finance committee, works committee, and all those, and they were all headed by councillors.
Okay.
Yes.
That is where my question is now heading us to. When and why did the nomenclature of the administration of the metropolis change to, KUDC to KMC? When?
If you read through the fine line, like KUDC, Kanifing Urban District Council, the area was an urban setup of Brikama. Brikama was the administrative center of KMC and Brikama itself. So when you say Kanifing Urban District Council, it was we were urban, operating not freely. We were not that much independent, I would say. So it changed when they changed the act. I remember very well. We had Asan Jallo, the current
Chief Justice.
Chief Justice. He was then
the Attorney General.
Exactly. Yeah. He played a very crucial role in the formulation of this KUDC to KMC.
That is a local government act then.
Exactly. And then during that time, we had 2-3 strong people in the municipality.
Okay.
One was OJ. He was very forceful, pushing the other one ANJ. And also you have Dembo by force in Bakau. So we had strong background who were helping us to move the council to this KMC.
And they were all in parliament then?
They were all, exactly,
they were all parliamentarians.
Exactly.
Oje was, an
for
elected member of parliament
for Serekunda East, and India for West.
For West, and Dembo for Bakau.
Exactly, yeah. And also there was a time when Jibujan, the late Jibujan, when Serekunda was all one constituency. He was the MP for this whole area.
Okay.
And he also served as the chairman of the council at the time.
In fact, he was one time acting chairman of the council.
Exactly, at one time, yeah.
Interesting times. Though young, but sometimes it's good to associate yourself with people.
You know the history.
Absolutely. Tell us about the attendant application of the change.
We, at council, it was an exciting moment for us to be associated with the change. And I was very lucky, among others, that we were in the center of the activities, from KUDC to KMC, and then I became the first elected, from that transition. I held a various positions in the council before KMC. I was the finance chairman of the council, and also I was also the standing committee chairman.
You were the vice chairman as well.
Exactly, vice chairman at the time. And we had some good people. I remember one Suleiman Diouf. He was the member of parliament for
Serekunda West.
Exactly.
One time,
exactly.
He saw us in peace.
Suleiman
Diouf. He also served in council.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was the
as an elected councillor.
Exactly, elected councillor.
Okay.
And he was the chairman of the education committee.
Yes.
We used to give a lot of scholarships to needy children. And Suleiman Gay of Serekunda was an elected councillor.
Okay.
He was also, I remember, one time the chairman of Works Committee. So what we used to do at council at the time, during off-season, like after rainy season, we do street walks, Tesito, and all those things, where we will repair some roads so they did not work and so on. Suleiman was very instrumental in that.
Okay.
And I had a very strong guy, my deputy chairman at the time, Ibu Bahum of Bakau. He was my deputy at the council at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, and you had people like JT of Dipakunda. You have Danso, Master Danso. You have Lalo of Bakau of Fajikunda. Pasurisane of Talinding. And we had a lot of all these good people at the council. Pasuri, yeah.
Oh, Talinding. It's a very familiar name.
Yeah, and Pasuri, who was not that literate, but one of the smartest men I have ever seen in my life. Very smart. Not literate, but very, very smart.
Very smart.
Yeah. They helped us. But then the other asset that we have, the council was running with good record with the Ministry of Local Government.
Okay.
I remember during my time, I had 4 ministers who came through me, when we were in the council. I remember Amulai Jane was the minister of local government. I remember Keba Jawara also was the minister. I remember Lenin Jalo Sonko. I remember Aladia Sise. These were all ministers when we were in the council. So they all passed through us there.
Okay. Interesting times.
Yeah, we never had those issues. Perhaps now, we were not opposition. And we had one opposition in the council from Bakau.
That was UP. Oh,
the NCP.
NCP. That Bahum was NCP.
No, Bahum was PPP. But then there was this Bojang.
Okay.
Bojang, very, very strong. Very, very, very strong.
Okay.
He was the lone opposition in the council.
From NCP?
From NCP, yeah.
Okay.
But we were functioning. He was also chairman of another committee. So we never had those issues.
Bakau, NCP used to be a very strong role for Bakau.
Bakau has always been like that.
Dembo by force.
But you know what? Dembo played a very crucial role during, I remember, this cleansing service.
Okay.
Council took it over from the Sheikh Sise and Sons. It was the cleansing service was Ministry of Health, then went to Sewusise and Sons, and then we took over from Sewusise and Sons.
Okay.
So Dembo was very instrumental in helping us, and
Okay.
OJ.
Okay.
You cannot really talk about the history of the KM without mentioning OJ
and Dembo
by Force and A. Njai.
Okay.
Because they really help a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the formulation and shaping up of the of the council.
Exactly.
Interesting times.
Yeah, yeah.
Uncle Keba, you were the first elected mayor of the Kanifing municipality.
Yes.
I want to also talk about these things. Which institutions organized the elections, and who were your fellow contestants, and the number of political parties that contested?
Okay. Now the election was conducted, I remember, by Ministry for Local Government,
yes.
the permanent secretary.
Yes, used to be the
returning officer. It is now completely changed. And I remember the Ministry for Local Government, when this was on, they were all political. They were never prominent. You don't notice where they belong to.
Despite the fact that they belong to your party.
Exactly, yeah. And then when the council was never involved in conducting elections.
Okay.
We were all by ourselves elected. So when there was election coming up, we will be informed that there is election. The council will stand dissolved until certain time.
Okay.
And then
at least 3 months before election.
Exactly.
That used to happen until
until now. Exactly. Yeah.
That's democracy.
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
At that time, we had major parties were NCP and PPP, and we had some independents. Yeah. And I remember it was keenly contested.
Great.
Yeah.
Can you help us, take us through, who were your contestants?
Personally, I remember during the chairmanship election, there was this Tarawale that contested, that I had elections with.
Okay.
And I remember, I still remember he had 600 and something
votes.
Yes, and I had 1,000 something at the time. And then, but then
which party did he?
NCP.
NCP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
NCP of Sirif Diba.
Yes, Sirif Diba, exactly. Yeah. It's an old party. It's also a good party.
It's a national convention party. For those who don't know what NCP means.
Exactly. Now the NCP, the leader was also one of the founding fathers of PPP. Yeah. Exactly. So you can see the historical link between the NCP leadership and the PPP.
In fact, all these the leaders of these old political parties were all founding members of the PPP.
PPP, exactly.
Like
GPP,
Hassan Musa Kamara.
Exactly.
NCP of Sirif Mustafa Diba, and then among other
they were all uprooted from the PPP. Yeah. Were alone. They were a standalone party.
Okay.
PDOIS. They were a standalone party. Until now, they have never come from PPP.
Okay. But how was this election like? What was the euphoria involved in this? Was it like
very interesting? No, now there are too many things that were not supposed to be in politics.
Okay.
I was not like cursing people. No, that was drumming, dancing, and we will come out, and we don't call it manifesto at the time, we'll sell the agenda. And then I remember Saudara was never involved in this activity. No.
Okay.
Yeah, but the party was very strong. PPP was very strong.
The grass will handle it themselves.
Exactly,
okay.
exactly.
Okay.
And then the selection process was very simple also. We will get people from the grassroots. That is why I advise people who are interested in politics to start from the grassroots. Go into your local communities and do something. People will identify you.
The politics starts from the grassroots.
Exactly, and then we will do that. Then
politics of this country.
No.
You just see people just from nowhere and
job, and that's why PPP we never failed a lot, because we always say the candidate, 50% of your vote is yourself. You sell your good image.
Absolutely.
You sell a good image. You sell yourself, your activities, what you do with the people, and that's also 50%.
Yeah.
The other 50% you go and work it out.
With your electorate.
Exactly. But now somebody will jump from one to the other, and you say, okay, put me up as a candidate. What have you actively at your locality? Nothing. Absolutely. That's why it's difficult for people to win, because people don't know you. You just want to come on the front and say, please put me up there, and then I know the people, this is my dad, this is my mom. It doesn't work that way. That's what PPP is trying to go back to the basic, to the root, make sure that we put the structures in place so that we can exactly, and then take it off from there.
Okay, you've just told us that elections was organized by the Ministry of Local Government,
Yes.
and the permanent secretary,
Yes.
who was a senior civil servant, used to be the returning officer.
Yes.
Now it's a complete different ball game.
Yes.
We have an independent electoral office that spearhead the
Yes.
election affairs or
Yeah.
affairs of elections in this country. Take us through that process. Tell us about the electoral process at that time. How were local government elections conducted? You just gave us a synopsis of it, but
Yes.
just in details
Yeah.
now.
No, what happened was when the government decides that it is time for elections, the Ministry for Local Government under the permanent secretary will act as the returning officer. And then you have all these commissioners all over the country. They will be notified, and then we start the ball rolling. We have these marbles all throughout, and then the parties will be informed that this is what is going to happen. So the parties will prepare for example,
nominate and file in and nominate candidates.
exactly.
Okay.
And then we start from there. And then when it's announced that there's election, the parties will be informed, and then the regional offices will be prepared for the election. Now, from there, there'll be a budget to conduct the election. But now I see that it's extremely expensive. It's extremely expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take us to memory lane. What was your budget for your council election?
Your council election.
When you were running for
when I was okay. Personally, as a party.
How much did PPP give?
PPP, I remember. I remember at that time.
Or was it funded by OJ?
No. I remember. I don't know whether I should say it here, but I remember Sadauda.
Okay. You should say it because
Sadauda gave me $10,000.
Then.
Wow. And that was the whole election.
That is up to now. You can. Well, that is up to about 100 and something thousand if you are to.
Yeah. No, wow. It's talking about a million. Wow. Sadauda contributed $10,000, not to me personally.
Okay, but to the party.
But to the party.
Okay.
Because Serekunda East was well prepared. Serekunda East was well funded.
Okay.
You remember? I don't know whether you remember that PPP used to bring in Yusundur, and
yes,
we were very rich when it comes to funding.
The constituency was well organized.
Well organized, very well organized. We had funding. We had no issue of money, and but then the party, the big party, Salora, to the party contributed $10,000.
Then.
Can you imagine at that time?
That's a lot of money.
That time it was a lot of money. But
so then, okay, but you had no issues with financing your
No.
Okay.
Actually, it was for us. It was not money. No, when we were campaigning, preparing for election, it was not about money. What we used to spend money on was to the griots.
Okay.
The griots and maybe perhaps transportation within the area, and that was it.
Okay.
But
let's say griots, the companies.
Compin, Asobi, and Sobi. Those are taken care of by the company themselves.
Okay.
The Asobis. That wasn't like food. You cook all this big food and so on. No.
But this issue of their companies are household name in this country. How significant are they in elections?
In fact, I see there is a diminished role
of the companies.
Yeah, and that should not be. If you want to stand as a strong political party, give power to the companies. But unfortunately, it's not like that now.
Is that a tip you're giving to the aspiring?
Actually, that's what PPP is trying to do now. Prepare the companies and the youth leadership. I was also the Secretary General of the PPP youth movement. So I was groomed from that level, from 22 years old. Prepared myself for leadership. So in 1921, 22, and I took up, time goes on. I remember Sekou Sabali was the vice president.